Thank you so much. We have Charlotte here with a microphone, the wonderful person in the back there. Does anybody have any questions for Bertha or for Bill? Bill's got a question for Bill. And then we'll go to you next.
Hi, Bertha. Nice to meet you. I went to school with a lot of Sutherlands and Chichus and Linkletters when I was growing up in North Bay. So I know what you mean. There are a lot of Cree people in North Bay. My one question, it's almost like two parts, but Indigenous supports in the military. Are there a lot of like you were talking about communities? Is there like supports to maybe help Indigenous people in the military or allow them to kind of maintain their culture? I'm not sure, like the last I heard is like, if you're a man with long hair, you don't have to cut your ponytail off. Like, are there those kind of supports in the military?
During my time there, no.
No.
Basically, there was no, we were all the same. We all did the same job. We all, we all had each other's backs. We didn't differentiate by what the color of your skin was or your culture. Like I worked alongside Muslims. They didn't wear turbans at the time. I think that wasn't allowed during my time there, but I know this is a new military now where you go there with your hair long, you can wear earrings, and yeah, we were more stricter, or I would say disciplined then, whereas we were all did the same job, um, and we weren't like in my time I didn't really um, face any discrimination. That was not tolerated. I actually had only one incident during my 15 years where I felt I was being, picked on, and I didn't complain. I basically asked, the warrant officer about who these two guys were kind of harassing me, who they belonged to, like what platoon, and he told me, and they said why. I said nothing, and then I guess somebody told him what happened. So basically, he just shut that down right away. So there was, yeah, basically zero tolerance for any racism in the military during my time. There, if there was, then it was hidden from me.
Okay. And the second part to my question, I know you kind of touched on it in your presentation, but what would you say to the women here about like how did your training or your experience in the military help you like in your post-military career?
Well, definitely self-discipline. Basic training. It's all about discipline and self-discipline. It's well, basic training is basic training. You learn the rules of military life. You get into shape. You're disciplined in being healthy, and so yeah. Even after, like, I did a voluntary release after 15 years, 5 months, and yeah, and that kind of flowed into my next career path, I could say. Like I got hired because I was always on time and I did my job. Like up north, it was very hard to find workers that would show up every day, and it's basically that's what carried in with self-discipline and just doing the job
Great.
you're hired to do.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. This beautiful lady here in the cool jacket. I want one of those.
Good morning. Bill, I was just wondering on your website, is there a place that we can see where your trades and technology truck is going, if it's going to be at a college or an area near us? Or could a First Nation request you to come? Because we do have a career and education department.
Yeah, on the website, it's like links to the truck. You can communicate with the manager of the truck to find out scheduling. to find out like scheduling and when it's available and stuff. I don't know if I mentioned it during my presentation, because it's so popular, we're getting 3 more built. So we're gonna have 4. So starting next year, we'll have a lot more of them. So they will be more readily available. So you would just need to get in touch, like on our website, there's a tab where it's like trades and tech truck or mobile classroom. And then you can go to that. And then there's all the links to like the scheduling and who to contact and all that great information.
I have a question for Bill. Can we get access to is it okay if we share, sorry, your PowerPoint? And
Oh.
then all the links, is that okay if we share it with everybody here?
Yep.
Because I
Yep.
know we didn't get to see one of the videos and there was
Yeah.
other interactive, so
Mhm.
we'll be sending that out to everybody.
Of course.
Charlotte? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you, Bertha, for your words of encouragement this morning. That was really good to hear. My name is Linda Turtle and I represent the Bojmajik Group. And I have a question for you, Bill, in regards to the recognition of arts within the skilled trade sector and acknowledgement of artisans, Indigenous artisans within our communities, the inability to identify master craftspeople within our nations. And I'm just wondering, what are some of the aspects that Skills Ontario may be doing to sort of advance that opportunity in terms of culture? And I think about in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and I forget what the other one is for Ontario. Art isn't even included in there. And so I see a real concern in regards to the 1951 Massey report that did not acknowledge Indigenous people as their art as having any value here in Canada. And so within my sector, there's a lot of challenges in terms of training individuals, because we do training that's not a recognized trade, nor is it recognized under the Ministry of Colleges and Education. But we do run a training program under the Ministry of or the Department of Canadian Heritage. So I'm just wondering, how can we begin to work together so that we can address some of these disparities in terms of ensuring that those craftspeople in our communities with an ancient trade to get recognized and fairly compensated for the work that they do? Miigwech.
Yeah, no, that's really important. Like I was saying, like, and you pointed out that, yeah, like art in the skilled trades is really important, and so is it in Indigenous communities. So I know like at all our conferences, when we put on conferences and stuff, we always try to recognize Indigenous culture. We always try to recognize like artists, but we do have connections to these bigger organizations that we can, I can pass on information, like lobby, if you will, to bring that, because I'm always championing stressing art. I know now there's certain skilled trades apprenticeships that you can do, Indigenous dressmaking, Indigenous early childhood education, Indigenous home renovation. So you're seeing more and more Indigenous focused trades that's going to recognize the kind of craftsmanship that that's Indigenous. But that's kind of where we are now. But we definitely are promoting more recognition of Indigenous art, Indigenous culture in the trades, because like you said, it's very important. And in the past it wasn't recognized as being what it is, like the importance it is. So I know we're working hard to keep promoting, getting more Indigenous focused apprenticeships, just so that like that craftsmanship is recognized. So that's what we're doing at Skills Ontario. You're welcome.
Does anybody else have questions? Oh,
I see one from our elder. Okay, thank you, Patricia. So Bill, I'm going to give this back to you in case somebody else.
Yeah, this is for you, Bill.
Okay.
Do you have any idea like why women aren't attracted to trades like carpenter, electrician, pipe fitter, ironwork, all of these trades, because I know like in our community, when we're doing house building, like, they're crying for trades. And there are just not enough people available. And the ones that are so overworked.
Mhm.
Like I always try to encourage women to not be afraid. I'm a 45-year member of Ironworkers Local 721. I've been,
Nice. Congratulations.
thank you. It was pretty rare when I went into the trade, but I always say the best man for the job is a woman.
Yes.
But it's just, I find it difficult to not see women go into the trades. We have a lot of kids that apply for scholarships every year, and none of them are going into a trade of any sort. And like you pointed out, the amount of money that you're making and the satisfaction of looking back on something you built,
Mhm.
would be amazing. So, and second part of that question is, and what can we do to encourage them?
Okay, yeah. So like what I've experienced is there's always these it's bad stereotypes from 20, 30, 40 years ago where like skilled tradespeople are down here in terms of education, and that men do those jobs, and those are the bad stereotypes. And like the one thing is like, well, women are in the trades, they're usually hairstylists and estheticians. So you have these stereotypes that up until recently are still kind of promoted. Like Bertha was saying, like at a certain time in the military, women, you're not going to drive the big truck, that's for men. So you have these like deep-seated stereotypes about women in the trades. And like that's why I was saying, like, one of the things we do is we put on these events where we allow women to come in and talk, to mentor younger women or just other women who are interested, because that kind of breaks down these barriers. We do a lot of presentations to parents, and because that's one of the major players is the parents, because they're going to have an influence over the children. So if you can convince the parents, or we talk to the parents about the need for more women in the trades, and that it's not just for men. Like women are very suited for these jobs. Like I was saying, like welders, painters, heavy equipment operators. Nowadays, companies prefer to hire women, especially heavy equipment operators. Some of these types of machinery are like worth $1 million. They don't want some young guy to drive them who's taking all the bumps and driving it real hard. They want the woman who's going to drive it, who's going to take care of it, keep it clean inside, maintain that, and keep the value for them for a long time. So it's all about breaking down those stereotypes about what's been held. And I think that's kind of what we try to do. And that's why I do presentations like this, to let to spread the message here, that you can take that message and say, hey, skilled trades, women are more than capable of doing it. Even the harder job, the job's not harder, but maybe I've heard someone say, well, power line technician, you got to be lifting a lot of weight and doing all this stuff. And it's like, well, that's where the creativity comes out. There's more than one way to do a job in the trades. So if you're a woman, you might figure out a different way to do a job that maybe a taller, stronger man can do. You do it just differently. And that's the thing we need to be promoting to young women, is like, okay, you may think that it's going to be hard, but there's just a different way for you to do it. So I think, breaking down those stereotypes, but also like empowering, letting them know you can do these jobs. They're desperate for women in the trades, like those kind of messages. I think it's all about the kind of positive messages, and just empowering young women, or just women in general, that, yeah, these careers are for you. There's great opportunities.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And then our last question from this beautiful green vest lady.
I guess for Bill, what are Skills Canada doing to promote the sciences? I don't mean just going into the medical field. I work in environment, and I see it as a way for us to look after the land, the air, the water, and look after our relatives out there, because there's a lot of species at risk. We need people who would monitor what's happening on the land, who understand what we need to protect, and help the communities decide what to do to protect all these resources that were given to us as gifts. I wonder, does Skills Canada do anything to protect to promote the sciences?
So like our mandate is just skilled trades and tech. Like we're not like there's a term STEM, like science, technology, oh no, what's the E stand for? And math. And so, but we don't touch on the science, like that's usually for the STEM organizations. But what we do have is, there's certain tech jobs where they're working with these companies that are trying to clean up the environment or come up with solutions. So we do kind of promote some of those careers, but like directly for science, we don't, that's kind of not our mandate. But we do promote, like, especially when I talk about stuff in Indigenous communities, I try to take a whole approach to it, like a holistic approach where I'm talking about, everything, not just skilled trades. I try to talk about, like you were saying, like preserving the environment. There's so many more opportunities that you can do just by getting into the skilled trades to help with your community.
Well, promote the drone.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to do quick housekeeping. So I do want to say.
I just will say, I think Bertha has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bertha.
Yeah, just to Bill there. And plus just a little short comment on what the elder has talked about. Like, I think when it comes to, trades for women, like you can't just pick one and then stick to it. Like, like even maintaining a house, you got some carpentry skills, plumbing skills, electrician skills. Like, I think that's something we can encourage, like don't just stick to one trade, like basically do more. So anyway, one of my question to Bill is like, do you have an age limit for that type of training that there?
No, not like we like when we promote, we're going like I've done presentations to kindergarten classes all the way up to grade 12. I've done presentations at friendship centers to adults looking for second careers or just more information about other careers. So we don't, we try to reach out to everybody at Skills Ontario. Like we don't really have an age limit to who we reach out to.
So let's say if somebody wants to join a trade, like, is there a cap on what age they'll accept?
Usually 18, or they want you to be graduated from high school, but usually you're 18 about then. I mentioned earlier that there's some trades where you can join and just be 16, like you don't need to finish high school, but that number is shrinking, more and more each year.
I'm thinking more like somebody like me in the 60s. Could I?
Oh,
retrain
absolutely.
for a trade?
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. You're not that old.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
well,
I can do
Bertha's
it.
now
I
my
can do
spirit
it.
animal.
Thank you. You got.
That was awesome. Well, you might have a new tradesperson. And then she can come next year for the event and speak about her experience working with you. So I just want to again say thank you guys. That was amazing, both of you. And again, Bertha, you are my spirit animal. I just love that you're like, yeah, we'll just keep doing stuff. I think that's amazing. So for anybody who is going to may feel a little bit triggered or needs to talk to somebody, we do have a table of wonderful elders if you wish to speak to them in person. We also do have at the back of the book on the last page, so the cardboard part, some resources for mental wellness and crisis support. So feel free to utilize those as well. Up next, we have our keynote here for Entrepreneurship, A Healing Journey with Sandy Boucher from Seine River First Nation. She is a consultant, author, and speaker. Please welcome her to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to assume my mic's on. Yes, I don't sit behind this tiny little space. Anyone who knows my personality, it takes up a whole stage. I am so excited to be here to talk to you today because women, Indigenous women, and entrepreneurship it's got to be my favorite topic to talk on. And there's one reason for that. I have a question for you. I'm going to prove why this should be exciting to you. How many of you personally have ever felt like you didn't fit wherever you were, in your job, in that class, in this group, put up your hand if you've ever felt like you didn't fit. 52 times in my life. Guess what? When you become an entrepreneur, you create the space you need. And as Anishinaabe, as Indigenous women in Canada, we need way more safe spaces that empower us and allow us to use our voice. Do you agree? Yes? Thank you. Now, before I go into my presentation, my mom, if she was here and I can hear her, she always used to say, you got to remember to thank the people that came before. And we've all met those people that love to say, I did it all on my own. And to them, I say, baloney. Because at some point, someone was changing our diaper. Someone was feeding us. Someone was talking us into going to bed. Someone was trying to talk us into getting out of bed. Someone was trying to talk us into going to school. Someone took a chance and hired you. Someone took a chance and chose to become your friend. So today I wanted to acknowledge those that came before. First and foremost, I want to thank Chiefs of Ontario, Nancy and her amazing team. If you think I can get enthusiastic about this topic, ask Nancy. Because the conversation we had, I was almost jumping through my computer. I was so excited to be here today. And I also wanted to acknowledge the amazing elders. I love listening to the elders because the older I get, I used to just hear wisdom. Now I can see their personalities too. I recognize the firecrackers that are now elders. It's like, oh, that's cool. I still see that spirit. I bet you had a life. I also wanted to acknowledge that amazing song that started our day. The power in that young woman's voice blew me away. I was literally just saying, wow. And then on a more serious note, I live in the city of Thunder Bay. I have for probably 30 years. And I couldn't agree more with Deputy Chief Ashley Paniskam that we have to dissolve that police force. Enough time has passed. Enough families have been hurt. We're done waiting because we know how valuable our lives are. And if they can't see that, then it has to change. Okay? Now, what I wanted to talk about today, as you can see on this slide, is this idea that you can live a life beyond even your craziest dreams. And if someone had said that to me 20, 30 years ago, I would have said they were nuts. Except that's what happened to me. And I wanted to share that with you so that if you even think for a second of talking yourself out of whatever that crazy dream is, please don't. Because you're going to run into enough people that want to talk you out of it. Don't be one of them. Okay? Now, the first thing I wanted to share with you is actually two guys. Brendan Burchard and Ed Milet are two very successful motivational, inspirational speakers and trainers. And I actually listen to them almost daily. I listen to Brendan's Daily Fire every morning, and I watch Ed Milet's podcast that comes out once a week. And why I wanted to share that with you is because according to Brendan, there are 6 reasons why people don't succeed at their dreams, don't chase their dreams, don't even try. And I thought it was so on point that I wanted to share it with you. The first point of fear of judgment. I know what that feels like. When I told people I wanted to write a book, I literally had people to my face say, who would want to read something you wrote? I can tell you right now, 4 books later, they're pretty silent. Success is a really good way to calm the haters. So people are afraid other people are going to judge them for having that crazy idea, for wanting more, or for being in business that first year. I'm in my 15th year in business, and I can tell you right now, year 15 is way easier than year 1 to 5. But you don't get to year 15 without year 1 to 5. You need the lessons, you need the challenges, you need the humility that's going to come with year 1 to 5 to get you to 15. The next one, inconvenience. Well, you know, if I start my own business, I'm going to have to quit this job and I'm going to lose my benefits. My friends might not talk to me. And what if, I don't know if I could really afford to stay in this place, blah, 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 blah. Now, as an Anishinaabe, I happen to believe that if you do have a crazy dream, that is Creator trying to tell you why he sent you here. And every single time we ignore that, we're actually saying that we know more than Creator. That's not exactly humility teaching. Next one, people get frustrated with having to develop new skills. Learning a new skill is hard. It's frustrating. I'm a little past high school age. Learning something new, like how to update my website, can be incredibly frustrating until it isn't, until you master it. And then you get to pat yourself on the back and know, again, I did it. How many of you have faced a challenge in your life journey that you didn't know how you were going to get past it? Anybody? And every single one of us are here on the other side of that challenge, right? It's just another challenge, and they all seem overwhelming in the beginning. You got this. You've been through worse. Impatience. This is a big one. Okay, let's be honest here. It took me about 10 years to be able to pronounce patience. It's not something I'm known for. I want it done yesterday. And nowadays we live in this society where everyone wants get rich quick, right? Like, I'm going to be a YouTube sensation and I'm going to make megabucks. I've been on YouTube for 15 years. Hasn't happened yet. Getting better, but hasn't happened yet. You have to be willing to put in the work. And before I started my own business, I actually worked in employment and training. I helped Anishinaabe people go back to school, find a new job, or even start their own business. When I started my business, I decided, and I made a promise to myself, that I'm going to, at bare minimum, work as hard for my company as I did for everyone else's. If I was willing to put in that time and effort and go without sleep and travel and whatever, my company deserved just as much. Next, a failure to reflect. We know this is literally how you build wisdom. Literally. You try something, you do it, you look back, did that work? Did that not work? How can I tweak it? And you try again. Now, if there's one thing, back to the police force for a second, we all know that if a process doesn't work and you just insist on keep doing the same thing, if nothing changes, then nothing will change. When I look back at the way I ran my business in year 1 to 5, I kind of laugh now. I was like, wow, that was the hard way of doing that, wasn't it? And that was definitely the long route to get to that end. But again, you got to go through that journey to learn the lessons. Last, he says, a big one is a failure to ask for help. And that's where ego comes in. Well, I know how to run a business. I want to do it my way. The experts say do it that way. Well, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it my way. You try it and then you realize, oh, they were right. Okay, maybe I have to tweak it a little bit to make it fit my journey, but I really need to find the teachers. All of that really resonated with me, but if there's one thing I know for sure, as an Anishinaabe, is the most powerful story you will ever tell is your story. Because you know all the nuances that went into that fear, that challenge, and you know the pride and the relief when you overcame that challenge. So today I wanted to share my journey with you, not because I'm bragging, but because I started from such humble roots. And if I can do this, so can you. One step at a time. Now, I want you to imagine for a moment, whatever that crazy dream of yours is, imagine actually living it. Imagine, I wish I had my magic wand with me. Yes, I travel with a magic wand. I like props when I do my speeches. And I wish I could wave my magic wand and just for 5 minutes, you could live in that dream. And the best part, with your imagination, you can do that as often as you want to. On that really frustrating day, you can close your eyes for 5 minutes. I am not here. I am in my fancy condo and I have a huge bank account and this is not happening, right? You can escape, but what's the most important part of that visioning? You're actually letting the universe and creator know what you want. And then watch how fast you'll start meeting people that can help you get there. Now, for me, in the beginning, I was the little girl in the swing. I grew up in a house that didn't have running water. My dad had a grade 6 education. My mom had grade 4. My dad worked in a sawmill. He was a master carpenter, thank creator, because the house would have fallen down without him. And I loved my life. I had amazing parents. They were super supportive, but money was tight. We never got to try that new whatever that was in the grocery store because mom, if we asked her, can we try this new cereal or whatever? The answer was always, well, only if you're going to like it. Meaning we can't afford to buy something if you're not going to eat it. I learned really quickly not to try new things because I didn't want to disappoint my mom and I didn't want to have to eat something that tasted gross. So you learn those restrictions, but on my swing, I didn't know what I wanted to be. I just knew the life I wanted. I would imagine looking out a window at the city that I was going to see below me. I knew I was the boss of something, that I was in charge of my own life, that someone else didn't decide how much money I made, that I made that decision. And then if I wanted something, I could have it, and I would never have to say to my kids, only if you're sure you can like it, you're going to like it. My name is Sandy Boucher. Mishko Paganon Quain Adishnakas Mungdodam. I'm Red Thunderbolt woman of the Loon Clan and a proud member of Seine River First Nation in Treaty 3 territory in Northern Ontario. And now I'm a reconciliation consultant, facilitator, and trainer. I travel around the country trying to bring this country together because I like little goals that you can do by Tuesday, obviously. I'm a best-selling author. I've been a television host. I'm a blogger. I'm a YouTuber. But most importantly, I'm a mom to 2 amazing grown adults now and Kokum to 2 beautiful grandchildren. Years ago, I did not know I was going to end up working on reconciliation, but I now know, looking back, that I grew up with the best example of what this country could be. That example was my parents. My mom was a beautiful Anishinaabe from Couchiching First Nation. We're going to ignore the 80s hair that I'm rocking in that picture. And even more, we're going to pretend that picture was taken in the 1980s because I kind of rocked that hairstyle way longer than I should have. And my dad, who was from Saint-Jérôme, Quebec. Every day I watched them work together. My dad didn't want my mom to change. My mom didn't want my dad to change. They loved who they were and they worked together, walking side by side, not dominating, not telling the other what to do, true partners. And little did I know how much I would lean on that example when it came to my career. This is the image I use now to describe to my audiences what I do. I like to imagine that when the lovely settlers first arrived, we love to talk about them, they were handed a sacred eagle feather. Problem is, they didn't know it. And that sacred eagle feather represented the relationship between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous. One side of the feather is our side, the Indigenous side. The other side is non-Indigenous. I believe this feather has been damaged on both sides. On the non-Indigenous side, there's so much education that needs to be done. There's so much stereotypes and misinformation and missing information out there. It's ridiculous. And there's a whole lot of healing that has to happen on the First Nation side. And no, we don't need someone from the other side racing in to save us. That is how we got in this mess in the first place. But I also believe that if we do the work on our side of the feathers, then Canada can fly to heights it's never even imagined before, if we do the work. And that's what I do now. Every single day, well, not every day, but throughout the course of a month or year, I'm either in a First Nation community, helping them to heal from all of the things that continue to happen to us, not just past tense, or I'm in non-Indigenous entities like London Health Sciences Center, where I was last week, helping them to unpack all those stereotypes. And if you didn't catch what I just said, yes, it's true. I actually teach white people how to work with us. How's that for a change of pace? Right? Because what I noticed, because I came from employment and training, I'm old enough, I've been around for a while. For the last 3, 4, or 5 decades, there's been training for Indigenous people on how to be successful in mainstream. And after I started finding my voice, I started asking, where's the training for non-Indigenous people? Where's the training for employers on how to support us? Where's the training on having a cross-cultural relationship? Why is it assumed all the problems are on our side of the feather? No. So now I spend half my time working, literally half my time. I was telling my friend Peggy last night when I looked at my revenue spreadsheet, the dollars I earned in First Nation communities was $60 different from what I work and do with non-Indigenous. To me, I'm balancing the feather, making sure I work on both sides. But guess what? I didn't dream of doing this. Crazy, but true. This was not in that little girl's image on the swing. So get out of the way and let creators show you why you're here, because I guarantee you it is way more awesome than you ever imagined. The reality for me is I was all at 25 years old when I became a single mom. I had a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old to feed. And I had just left an abusive relationship. I had 0 self-confidence. I had been a stay-at-home mom. I had no idea what I was going to do. So I went and got a job because I had 2 little kids to feed. And I was a secretary in an employment and training agency, which I thought was really cool because I tend to be a positive, happy person. So I'd see depressed people coming in, we'd help them find a new job or go back to school or start their business, and they'd leave really happy. It's like, I like this place. But almost from day one, there was this woman in the corner office, the CEO, the executive director. And everyone went to her for direction or instruction, and she had a ton of papers on her desk. I wasn't really sure what she did. She seemed really super busy in there and really important, and I wanted to be her. I didn't know how yet, but that's the job I wanted. So I became the head of admin, and then I became a program director, and then a program manager, and then a department head. And then while my career was advancing, my personal life was kind of blowing up. So when my marriage ended, I found myself in Toronto. I did one of those geographic cures, I think they're called. All the problems are here, I will move here. You bring yourself with you, it doesn't really work. But while I was in Toronto, a conversation happened that changed my life. Because then I'd be willing to bet this happens for a lot of you. When I was back in Thunder Bay, because my kids were now older, what would naturally happen is there'd be young moms in the community, young Indigenous women with young children, who would always end up sitting at my kitchen table. And they were usually beating themselves up. They did something wrong. They did something or didn't do something, and they thought they were a horrible mom. And they were coming to me for advice or encouragement. And just like my mom before me, I'd always end up get them laughing and tell them some story of something I did way worse than whatever they did. Because it's lucky my kids survived my parenting sometimes. And they always left knowing they'd be okay, that they were doing a good job. But now I was in Toronto, it's kind of hard for them to sit at my kitchen table. So we turned on, I think it was called ICQ back then. Does anyone remember this? I'm really showing my age here. And we had a conversation, me and this one young mom. And at the end of the conversation, she said, you know what, Sandy, you should really become a motivational speaker. I laughed. I thought that was hilarious. I had just got a job as executive director. I had finally made it to the top of the food chain. This was not the time I was going to change my career. It took me 20 years to get here. And I told her that. And she said, no, Sandy, I'm serious. It's not like you give me the answers or tell me what to do, but you always make me believe in me. You're really good at that. You should do that. There's people out there that need to hear from you. So I thanked her and dismissed that quickly and kind of put it on the back burner. We're not going to be doing that right now. But 5 years later, I put up my first website and I had a vision for this crazy entrepreneurship journey I was going to go on. Based on that conversation, I thought, you know what? If I could just empower one woman, she'd empower her partner and her kids in turn, and all of her friends, and that would turn into an empowered family. One woman becoming an empowered family. And if you keep doing that, enough empowered families, you get an empowered community. And enough communities, you end up with an empowered region, and enough empowered regions, you end up with an empowered nation, one woman at a time. So that became my goal. I don't know how I'm going to reach you, but I'm going to talk to every single woman I can and get them to believe in themselves, because they would then ripple effect. So I launched my business in September 2009 with the help of Pero, who is doing a presentation later this afternoon. So that's really amazing. And I wrote and designed that first seminar. My very first seminar was a full day, 7-hour seminar. You'd think I would have done a 1-hour speech, but no, I'm going to go right off the bridge and do the full day. And that's the seminar I still deliver today. One seminar turned into countless seminars. One word became 4 different books, 3 of which are now bestsellers, meaning they've sold more than 10,000 copies. It's possible. And by the way, what are my books about? My mom's stories, our teachings, the teachings you learn while you're drying dishes and your mom is washing them. The teachings we would learn while we were doing laundry together. those teachings that ground us and empower us. And my vision's changed. Like I said, I went from empowering women, now I just want to reconcile the country. Like I said, by Tuesday, we can do this. It's nothing, no biggie. But one truth has remained a constant for me in the 15 years. It was true on day one, and it's true now. You have to dream the crazy dream. And you have to dream it often. You have to picture that as often as you can. And guess what? I just turned 60 last week, and I now realize I'm still the girl in the swing. And I'm totally cool with that. Because if you think reconciling a country is that's just one of my crazy dreams, like we got to talk. But you have to keep picturing it. You have to find a way to remind yourself of what your vision is. So I want to share a short video with you, and here's what I did. The first part of the video is the intro to every one of my videos on YouTube. If you follow me on YouTube, you're going to recognize the beginning. I just think, and if you see all the different images of me, the different ages, the different places I live, you see the progress. The second half, I grabbed a picture of everything I wanted to achieve, and I put it in this video. And for the last 2.5, 3 years, I have watched this video every single morning to remind myself of what I want in my life. And then last December, I did something really, well, I thought it was fun because I realized I had achieved a whole bunch of the stuff. So I went through and started adding the green check marks. Yep, that one's done. Yep, did that. Yep. So now I want to share my video with you. One of the, one of the students that designed that exit for me is sitting right in the room today. So it was amazing. And I have to add 2 check marks. I bought my MacBook just last week and I now have a tall apartment, so yay. So you gotta keep dreaming, but you also gotta get real about the journey because it's not easy. It's not all sunshines and rainbows. It's kind of like raising your kids. Sometimes it's challenging as all heck. Sometimes you wonder why you ever got into it, but it's always worth it in the end. So for me, my entrepreneur journey required me to dance with all of the ghosts that we bring with us. The ghost of self-doubt, the ghost of low self-esteem. And one by one, my entrepreneur journey eliminated those ghosts. I happen to think that entrepreneurship is the best and most intensive personal growth and healing journey you will ever go on. Because remember, I'm a 10-year domestic abuse survivor. There was a time I couldn't have sat at one of these tables or had the nerve to attend this conference, and I sure wouldn't have spoke to someone I didn't know. And look what I do for a living. I am living proof your past does not have to be your future. Right? If you're willing to put in the time and be kind to yourself and do the healing. So if you have low self-confidence, and trust me, mine was in the basement, you will learn how to believe in yourself and your product and service because you're going to run into a whole bunch of people that don't. And you're going to have to convince them why I think I can help you. And if you don't really believe in your product, you're going to end up fixing it and adjusting it until it can be something you're proud of. And then you don't have any problem talking to someone about it. Lack of determination, you tend to give up on things. I don't know, I'm one of those, if I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it, right? Lockdown didn't take out my company. Nothing is taking out my company, probably because if I tried to work for someone else, I get fired so fast, it's not even funny. So I have to stay in business because someone telling me you can't say that, wrong answer, that's not gonna happen. Internalized oppression, what this environment has done to Anishinaabe Kwe. That voice in your head that tells you you can't do it. Your idea is silly. Your voice doesn't matter. No one's going to believe in you. And you're going to learn how one by one to shut those messages down. I'm actually going to show you how to do that later in this presentation. And the lateral violence that we all know all too well, those people that will criticize you. I was probably about 4 years in business, really impressed that I was still in business and hadn't starved to death. And I had a friend, it's always a friend, that's why lateral violence hurts, right? It's someone close, it's a community member or a friend or a family member. It's not a troll on the internet, it's someone you care about. And I had a friend that I had known for like 20 years. Moccasin telegraph is a thing. And I heard through the grapevine that she had been telling other people I had forgot who I was. Now that I was in business, I had forgot who I was. And two things came to mind. One, if you actually think I've changed, then you never knew who I was. Because I still do. I'm a jingle dress dancer. I still honor my traditions and my customs. It's how I run my company. I'm just not poor anymore. That's the only thing that changed, and none of us deserve poverty, right? So, no, that doesn't work. And they will keep saying the stuff. You will just learn how not to even hear it, because you will have more important things to focus on. And your ego, because entrepreneurship is an exercise in humility. You think that's a great seminar and you advertise it and no one signs up. It's like, okay, maybe it's what I thought they needed. Maybe I should ask them what they need, right? You will dance with all of these ghosts. And like I said, poverty is not humility. Poverty is not our culture. whatever Indigenous culture you belong to. Poverty is simply the environment we have lived in for far too long. And no, you do not have to rip people off or destroy the planet to have a bank account. Right? And if you are, could you please change what business you're doing? Because, hello, our grandkids need a planet too, and the 7 generations that are gonna come. You can have a healthy bank account and not destroy Mother Earth. You will learn to love the journey, love the challenges, love the people you get to work with, and even love that really annoying customer because they teach you how to make your business better. You will learn to respect yourself by setting healthy boundaries. I work with non-Indigenous people often, but the first thing I tell them is I am not a target. I am here to help you, but you don't get to attack me as part of this process. You may have a different opinion, but you're gonna ask that question with respect, or I will literally leave the stage, right? Respectful, healthy boundaries. You will learn humility. Everything I have is because 1,000 people believed in me before I did. And I was just gutsy enough to think maybe they were right. You will learn courage to be brave enough to hit send on that email or to walk up to someone and give them their business card. Yes, I'm showing my age. We still use business cards. And it's not just online. And you will learn your truth. That you do have value. And that you're here on purpose. And if you have a message, it's because someone needs to hear it. That it's not about you. It's about who you can help. And that's why Creator sent you. You will learn honesty because every lie will come back to bite you in the butt. So you might as well just back away from those right away. And all of that will add up to your wisdom. I don't know about you, but I've been knocked down so many times, I don't even worry about it anymore. I know I can get back up. So it's not worth stressing over. And you will learn that responsibility is the antidote to hopelessness or helplessness. If you feel helpless, what you have to ask yourself is, okay, all of that stuff I can't control, what do I control? I control what kind of food I put in my body to make myself healthy and strong. I control the fact that I need a good night's sleep if I'm going to get through this. I control my attitude and what I'm going to say to the people that I get to meet. I get to be an addition to their life rather than a subtraction. All of that will come together on this journey. Because you see my dad, and yes, that's me, and it's unfortunate you can't see the fuzzy pink slippers I'm rocking in this picture. My dad used to say, you can be whatever you want to be, if and only if you're willing to work hard enough to get it. But he didn't stop there. He promised me that people were going to try and stop me. He said, people are going to tell you you're going to fail, that it's not going to work, that you're never going to be able to do it. But it's up to you if they're right or not. Prove them wrong every single time. You will learn that being in business means you gotta make money, and everyone goes silent and groans because that's a conversation we don't like having. But if you're not making money, it's just a really expensive hobby, right? I have a shop with beadwork, but I don't want to advertise it. I don't want anyone coming in because I might have to talk to them, and no one buys it. And the worst part, what people don't realize, is if you start a business and you start offering a service or a product and people start buying it and they really love it, if you don't manage your business and you go out of business, all those people lose what they love. Because they love your service or product. So if you're not going to do it for you, do it for them. Now, I had an interesting journey with my revenue stream. Now I'm old enough that when I started business in 2009, I forget what it was called. There was a program through Service Canada that you get your EI for when you're registered in your company. It doesn't exist anymore, which sucks. But I would get $700 every 2 weeks. That was what I was allowed while you're building your business. So I happen to believe that was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Because I see so many people go into business that's funding dependent, and as soon as the funding runs out, the business dies. I didn't have that luxury. I lived alone. No one was going to pay my rent. I had a car payment, car insurance. I had to hustle and make money. I had a fear of ending up living in my car. But because I'm an entrepreneur, I thought, well, if that happens, I could write a book about living in a car and I could drive across Canada. And I am a total entrepreneur. You can see in that first year, I made $39,000. I don't think that's too bad. And it started going up and up. I have no idea what happened in 2018. Maybe I got a little too cocky, but something happened and it went back down. And then in 2019, I crossed the bridge I never thought I was going to cross. I brought in more than $100,000 in a year. And I was like, oh my God. That was a crazy dream. That was never going to happen. Did you notice the year? 2019? Do you notice the year that comes next? Do you see the writing on the wall here? Right? So first thing, something happened before it all went to heck. I was sitting in my office in January. I saw the financial statements. I brought in $107,000 the year before, and they didn't feel like it. Nothing had changed. And I was like, I'm bringing in $100,000. How could that not be true? So I asked for help. I went to Grant Thornton, accountants, and they showed me that it was actually, I'm going to talk about everyone's favorite people for a second, Revenue Canada. And it was actually an old Revenue Canada debt. I'm one of those people that have non-taxable income that got converted into taxable income, and I have the debt hanging over my head. And Grant Thornton said, it's not anything you're doing now. This is killing you. There is only one way to shut this down. You want to talk about humility. That was in February. And then March 2020 hit. Just when you thought it couldn't get better. I was only doing live events. With law, my career became illegal. I could not be in a room with people. I am not even kidding. In 24 hours, I lost $48,000 in bookings. So I tell everyone I did my mandatory 3 weeks in bed crying, because I think we all have to honor the grief. And then it was like, okay, Sandy, you don't want to starve to death. What are you going to do? What can you do? What's out of your control? What's in your control? So I realized the bankruptcy had wiped out my debt, so I didn't need to worry about that. The pandemic wiped out my income. That was kind of scary. But nothing had wiped out my skills and experience. I was still 10 years in business. I did day one before. I could do day one again. I knew how to market now. I knew how to promote. So I got busy. Now, I thought of my mom. My mom used to always say, your value is given to you on the day you were born. And no one can take it away from you unless you give them the power to. I knew my value. So I had to get busy and prove it. Now, back in 2009, when I started my company, I shot a YouTube video every single day, talking to no one. I knew I didn't have an audience yet. It was like, but I kept thinking, someday, some woman that's struggling is going to trip over this video. And if I can help her, then it's worth it. I wanted to show you one of my original videos from 2009. Hi, everybody.
morning. My name is Sandy Boucher, and welcome to today's video. As you know, I work every single day to help people get ahead in their lives, to achieve their dreams, to become happier in their existence and what they do to find happiness. So as I was doing my work and working on my latest workshop this morning, I was starting to think of the barriers to happiness. What keeps us from achieving our dreams? And one thing came to mind, loud and clear. And I guess that can best be summed up as that little voice in your head. Bottom line, I can tell you that I think you're amazing and you're fantastic a million times. If that little voice inside your head is telling you something different, you're not even getting there. And you're definitely not going to believe it. Now, don't get me wrong, I know exactly what that's like. Don't forget, I'm a 10-year abuse survivor. I swear that the words that came out of my abuser's mouth was nothing compared to the things that the little voice in my head would say to me. What I'm here to tell you today is the good news. The good news is you can control a little voice in your head. It takes practice, but trust me, it can be done because I've done it. So here's how. Tell the little voice to shut up. Seriously. If I walked up to you today and said, you know what, you're an idiot. How fast would you tell me what I could do with that opinion? I know quickly. That's what you need to do to the little voice in your head. The next time that little voice says you're stupid, or you can't do this, and you'll never amount to anything, or whatever the words are, just in your mind, or out loud if you have to, scream, stop, enough. If the voice starts again, say stop again. If you have, it's going to be hard in the beginning. This takes practice, so don't be discouraged. If you have trouble overcoming that voice, distract yourself. Go turn on your favorite music. Go scrub the kitchen. Do whatever you have to do. Preferably something you enjoy. Something that makes you feel good about yourself. In time, you will begin to stop that voice to the point where you just don't hear those words anymore. Argue with the voice in your head as much as you would argue with some ignorant stranger who said the same horrible things. They are not true. That is not the Creator speaking to you. That is not God speaking to you. That is just, unfortunately, a tape, a replay of all the horrible things that have been said to you in your past. And you know what? I am, for one, am truly sorry that anyone has ever said those things to you, because none of us deserve that. I didn't, and you don't. So today, take that step for yourself. It won't cost you a dime. Start saying stop to that voice, and then watch how fast your world changes for the better. I'm thinking of you as always. Have an amazing day, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
So that was me with my stuffed frog in my office talking to thin air. But I knew if I kept doing it, the message would get out there. In 2009, I shot a video every single day. In 2020, I had to start again. So I started shooting YouTube videos again. I created a podcast, and I began creating video courses that people could take online because we weren't allowed to be in a room together. Within 2 months, I had 3 different video courses, including my original seminar called The Day That Changed Everything, available for sale. I put seminars on thumb drives and sent them into the northern communities because they didn't have internet access that would support streaming a video course and help those First Nations get through the pandemic. I started doing Zoom seminars like we all did, right? Which turned into national events. I could have 4,000 people in a Zoom event, and suddenly way more people knew my name. In May 2021, for the very first time, the income I earned online passed what I earned live. In 2021, my end number was 146,000. I had recovered. In 2022, 148, 2023, last year, 179. And now thanks to 2 new staff people, because I now employ 4 different people. It's not just my dream anymore. They get to help me, and yes, 3 of them are Anishinaabe. My target for this year is $250,000, because you can make a difference. Now, in the 15 years, I've learned a lot, and I thought I'd sum it up to 15 points that if you're going to go into business, you need to remember these things. First and foremost, everyone says it, pay yourself first. You better do it. Any income that comes into my bank account, a part goes off to another account so that when times are slow, I have the money to survive. I become my own bank. I need, this month's a little tight. I need some extra, and I have the money to pull me through. But if you grew up in poverty, you feel so much shame and guilt. You want to pay everyone else first, and you leave yourself with nothing. If you want self-confidence, start feeding yourself first. Next, diversify as many different ways as you can make money. Makes it easier. I make money with live events. Right now, someone could be buying a video course or my membership online, and I don't have to do anything. It's all automated. I now, YouTube, I make money on YouTube, and my books are on Amazon. So I get checks from them too. Nothing better than waking up in the morning and seeing money has gone into your bank account while you were sleeping. I highly recommend it. Next, your business is a business. Learn how to run a business, right? Don't just assume, watch the videos, read the books, whichever one you prefer, but learn from the people that know how to do it, and always make time to learn. I watch a training video every single morning to make sure I'm the best supervisor for my staff, that I'm doing what I should in my business and serving my customers well. Know what you want and need. You need targets. In the beginning, my target was enough to pay my car payment, the car insurance, food and rent. That was my target for the month. My assistant was laughing with me the other day because she's been with me for 9 years. And she said, do you remember when $5,000 a month was a great month? It's like, and now it's like, what happened? It's a great place to be. Report to your investors regularly, meaning to you. Did I do my best work? Do I see the results? Is there a process that isn't working that needs to be adjusted? Invest in you and your company. Buy the equipment you need. Hire the people you need. Don't try to do it all on your own. Good old social media. And this one I hear all the time, people, I don't like social media. I don't want to do this. This is not about, I didn't say personally go on social media. I said use it for your business, because that's where you're going to find people, right? You can have a business page. It's not about gossiping and getting caught up in the negativity. It's about using it to your advantage. You can reach 1 million people for like $20. You're not going to find that advertising anywhere else. Automate whatever you can. Like I said, you can buy a course right now and it's all automatic built into my website. I don't have to do anything because you don't want to burn yourself out. Network, get to learn and know other people, because they're going to introduce you to their people and you can introduce them to your people and you're both going to benefit. Think relationships, not sales. I have many First Nation communities that just keep calling. And I love that because they know I'm going to be there for them. We've worked together for 15 years and I will always work with them for as long as they want me to. That's a relationship. It's not about the one sale, get in, get out. Build your relationships. Whatever that crazy dream of yours is, bigger. And then even bigger. I say I passed my dreams about 8 years ago. Luckily, Creator knew better than I did. Envision your future as often as you can, that crazy dream. Hire people who believe in you, not just someone that's good at the skills. Every single one of my employees is someone who followed my work and loved what I do. And give thanks every freaking day for the honor of doing this journey. It's all puzzle pieces, as my mom would say. And if you want to start this, start with the puzzle pieces you have. So many people think I need to know so many things before I can start. You're not going to learn it till you start. Start with what you have, keep going, and trust that Creator will show you what you need. Just one last point I wanted to leave you with. If when I was talking about money, that made you nervous or uncomfortable, then I guarantee you that's the first ghost you should dance with. Because you deserve a great income, a great life, and a life that doesn't involve worrying about how to pay the rent. Thank you so much. Neglect.
For you.
Oh, presents.
This felt fragile. Oh.
So we're going to jump into our next session. It's Indigenous Women in Business, Resources, Tools for Success, and Industries to Consider. The Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business has sent 3 lovely ladies. We have Angela Mark, Director of Research, Natalie Adams, Director of Supply Chain, and Summer Jones, Manager of Membership. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Take responsibility. There you go.
Oh, we're gonna be passing it around.
Just make sure you throw it. Oh, thank you. We're gonna get you guys some. Oh, sorry. It doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Maybe a bottle so I don't spill it over. Where's the Thank you, sir. Yes, please. Is that okay with you guys? Does that seem- No, no, it's good. You want me to have you guys closer?
Bonjour. Ojanis Indigenakas, Gitakan Zibi and Dunjaba, Ojijak and Dodum, Nishnabeg Koyandao. My name is Angela Mark. I'm Director of Research with the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. And I come to CCAB with over 30 years of entrepreneurship experience and as a business owner. And in 2016, in the spring, when I heard that there was states of emergency that were declared in First Nations communities due to the high rates of suicide. At that point, my life took a drastic change, and I decided to close my business and work with Indigenous peoples to help to restore the prosperity and the abundance and the well-being that Creator meant us to have. And at that point, I went back to school and I did my research at Trent University on Indigenous women's entrepreneurship. And I'm happy to say that last year I graduated with my honors degree in Indigenous Studies, and it's led me to this role at CCAB as Director of Research. So everything that Sandy said earlier, I just completely resonated with, and it was really amazing to hear her stories. And thank you for sharing all the things that you did. I mean, right down to the red Mustang, girl. So it's a pleasure to be here. And this is just even standing here today is part of one of the visions that I had to be able to work to hopefully to help benefit people on their entrepreneurial and their business path. So thank you for having us here. And I'll pass it over to my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Well, now my story is boring. I've never had my own business, but I'm already leaving here inspired. My name is Natalie Adams. I'm the director of CCAB's Supply Chain program, which is really about procurement. So we'll talk a little bit about that later. My background is has always been in either sustainability or procurement. And somebody once said to me, if you could have pictured, like if anyone ever told me I was going to be the director of CCAB's supply chain, I would have been like, how the heck did I get there? But the steps really do all fall into place for whatever your goal or your dream is. I could probably dream bigger, Sandy would probably tell me, but it has actually been a goal of mine for like 7 years to work at CCAB. So 18 months ago when the position opened up, I was, it was just like I knew. I'm like, okay, it's my turn. I'm coming in to work at the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business. So happy to be here. I don't have my own story to really share, so I'll be sharing some stories of other successful ladies during my part of the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Summer Jones, and I'm the membership manager at CCAB. And I've been with CCAB for over 8 years now, and I've seen a lot of growth happen at the organization since I joined. So I think when I first started, we had 400 to 500 members across the country, and now we have over 2,500 members. And it's been really inspiring just to see the work that everyone does, our members, just the Indigenous community at large in the country, and being able to be a part of that with CCAB. So, of course, our members, with all that growth, they are across every single province and territory, which is amazing, and every kind of industry you can imagine. It's really inspiring to see the kinds of businesses and entrepreneurs we have. So I'm really looking forward to taking you through some of the business supports and tools that we have for entrepreneurs that hopefully you guys can take advantage of. And yeah, so just gonna, that's me.
Okay, so has anyone heard of Tracy Metallic Designs? No. Well, by the end of this, you'll be able to say you have. So I'm going to start with an excerpt from Tracy Metallic's story of the sun catcher. In the moment, I don't always realize the impacts my paintings will have on me, the memories they will breathe to life, the emotional toll they may take, or the impact they will create around my work. What I do know is that before Suncatcher, I believed my life was over. The universe, it seemed, had thrown everything at me, and like so many of my sisters before me, I was ready to let the earth take me and devour my soul. I'm not sure what my awakening was, but it can only be described as a revelation. There came a point in my life where I realized that everything I was going through, everything I had been through, and my life experiences up until this point had all prepared me for this moment. That life, despite all it had caused me to suffer and sacrifice, was actually giving me valuable lessons. Lessons that were priming me for my inner greatness that was only realized after the veil of darkness was lifted from my spirit. We'll hear more from Tracy later.
Okay, so a little bit about CCAB. So we have been around for just about 40 years. We are having our 40th anniversary this May. And our mission is to promote, strengthen, and enhance a prosperous Indigenous economy through the fostering of business relationships, opportunities, and awareness of all of our members. So we build bridges between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, businesses, and communities through diverse programming, providing tools, training, network building, major business awards, and national events. And we are a nonpartisan organization, and we consist of members. As I mentioned earlier, we are over 2,500 members currently. And we are governed by a board of directors and led by Tabitha Bull, our president and CEO.
So now that you know a bit about CCAB, I'd like to share a bit about Tabitha Bull as well. Tabitha is an Anishinaabe and a member of Nipissing First Nation. We're proud to call Tabitha our president, CEO, and leader. Tabitha is committed to rebuilding and strengthening the path toward economic reconciliation and a prosperous Indigenous economy to benefit all Canadians. She is dedicated to diversity and removing systemic barriers to improve opportunities for Indigenous businesses and women across all industry sectors. Under Tabitha's leadership, CCAB has grown exponentially and tripled its membership. As an electrical engineer, Tabitha supports Indigenous inclusion and diversity in Canada's energy sector and all other areas of the economy. Tabitha provides input into the federal government, including through her attendance at the 2023 North American Leaders Summit, which includes delegates from Canada, Mexico, and the US, and the 2023 Australia-Canada Economic Leadership Forum. She participated in the Indo-Pacific Advisory Committee, providing perspectives and recommendations on the Indo-Pacific strategy, which aims to advance Canada's goals of trade diversification, inclusive growth, and climate change. Tabitha has a very long bio, so she has so many beautiful credits to her name. As a past member of the government's COVID-19 Supply Council, Tabitha advocated for Indigenous businesses to be included in Canada's response to the pandemic. In 2023, Tabitha was named Canada's Most Powerful Woman, Top 100 2023 award winner by Canada Women's Executive Network, and it was her 4th year in a row being named as one of Canada's top 100 lobbyists by the Hills Times. In 2022, Tabitha received the CEO of the Year Award for the Ontario Chamber of Commerce, Ontario Business Achievement Awards. The award is given to a CEO who has demonstrated extraordinary leadership. An appointee to the Catalyst CEO Advisory Board in Canada, Tabitha collaborates with some of the world's most powerful CEOs and leading companies to help build workplaces that work for women. She's a member of Queen's University Dean of Engineers Circle of Advisors, Centennial College's Indigenous Circle, C.D. Howe Institute's Energy Policy Forum, the Ontario Chamber of Commerce Board, the board of Dexterra Group. Tabitha has appeared numerous times in the Senate, the House of Parliament, and was recommended by the Deputy Minister of International Trade at Global Affairs Canada to join the Trade Advisory Council, where she is one of a 12-member panel. The Council's overarching mandate is to advise on export promotion, investment attraction, trade policy and negotiations, and international science, technology, and innovation. Tabitha is a prominent judge on Bear's Lair, an Indigenous TV series aired on APTN dedicated to the growth of Indigenous entrepreneurs. Above all else, Tabitha is a mom of 2 incredible young men and is most comfortable cheering them on from the side of the hockey rink or lacrosse field. Okay. So first of all, I wanted to touch on the motivations that seem to be common for Indigenous women when they decide to have a business, and they're much different than what non-Indigenous entrepreneurs tend to prioritize when they're starting their businesses. The first thing that we found was that community and collaboration are a real priority rather than individual wealth and just, wealth creation for their own sake. Culture is extremely important. Reclaiming culture, traditional knowledge, cultural expressions, restoring our identity is a big motivation for women as well. Restoring the matriarchal systems that Indigenous people have lived in. Indigenous women are, as my elder Ferdinand Pabamsi says, Indigenous women are and have always been hardworking, resourceful, talented, creative, skilled, and innovative. And it's our time now to shine and to be able to use those skills that we haven't necessarily had the opportunity to have for our own benefit. Flexibility is also one of the other reasons. Instead of working for someone with fixed hours, with childcare is very important, and elder care. Resilience. has been, it's a huge characteristic that's important to being able to overcome a lot of the things that we've been facing. Resurgence, and as Sandy mentioned earlier, you know, gaining strength and confidence, self-esteem, self-respect, and pride are great benefits of running your own business. And of course, being independent and creating those opportunities for yourself and for your family and for your communities and for the regions that really do have a lot of impact, and for the 7 generations. As I mentioned earlier, it's not really about the money. Very rarely do you speak to an Indigenous woman that started her business because she just wants to make a lot of money. That's rarely the case. It's about restoring balance in life, health and well-being, independence, prosperity, and becoming role models for the children and for the other people in their communities. Self-care, creating employment, and a sense of accomplishment. So we'll start off with some of the research that we've found at CCAB. And let's start by getting to know the incredible individuals driving this movement, and who are Indigenous women entrepreneurs and what sets them apart. So half of Indigenous women entrepreneurs are from First Nations, there's 50%, and about 49% are Métis and 1% Inuit. Nearly 2/3 of these entrepreneurs are located off reserve and reflect a diverse landscape of Indigenous entrepreneurship. Approximately 83% own one business, and 70% of Indigenous women entrepreneurs do not have any employees. So a lot of businesses operating on their own, and managing their resources and their overhead very carefully so that they don't get themselves into a situation where they feel, you know, that extra pressure to make loan payments or being indebted to creditors. Many also thrive in the service industry, with 74% of Indigenous women entrepreneurs working in this sector. Sorry, I have to have notes. Some of the trends in Indigenous women entrepreneurship that we found that shape the landscape for Indigenous women, from startup rates to employment trends, are Indigenous women are starting businesses at twice the rate of non-Indigenous Canadian women. Like that's astounding. That's amazing. The number of Indigenous women-owned businesses in the Canadian economy continues to climb. According to Statistics Canada, from 2005 to 2018, the number of women-owned Indigenous businesses had grown an average of 3.3% and outpaced the growth rate of men-owned Indigenous businesses by 1.5 times. 39% of Indigenous small and medium enterprises identify as being majority women-owned, compared to less than 17% of all Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises. So that's more than twice. That's, again, extremely significant. On average, Indigenous women-owned businesses employ a higher percentage of Indigenous employees compared to Indigenous male-owned businesses. And approximately 2 in 5, or 40%, of Indigenous self-employed workers are women, representing a higher portion than self-employed non-Indigenous Canadian women overall, at 36%. Indigenous women entrepreneurs are expanding their horizons and making waves in international markets as well. It's not just about starting a business, but about making global impact. 30% of women-owned businesses intend to export, compared to only 17% of men-owned business. Women-owned businesses had more intent to expand to local markets, 72%, and other provinces, 52%, compared to men-owned businesses, 61% and 40% respectively. The majority of women-owned Indigenous businesses represent 39% of all Indigenous export, which is over double the percentage of women-owned exports out of all Canadian SMEs. Again, the Indigenous women are leading the way with their determination and their perseverance and their willingness to take risks and get into these other markets. Indigenous women-owned businesses are also more likely than Indigenous men-owned businesses to export to the US and to other international destinations. Women-owned Indigenous small and medium enterprises are concentrated in industries with high export potential. Previous studies have found that the most common types of businesses owned by Indigenous women are in arts and retail-related industries. Our studies find that almost 1 in 5 majority-owned women businesses are in professional services industry, while retail trade, 14.9%, and arts, entertainment, and recreation remain important industries for majority women-owned small and medium enterprises. Another interesting we just finished a report with Global Affairs Canada, and it also reflected the fact that the export to markets with other Indigenous populations, such as New Zealand, Australia, and Mexico, were higher than other countries, which reflects, I think, the fact that the values are appreciated in these other countries, and that reciprocity is being exchanged. Indigenous women's success in international markets is an example to learn from when developing policies to close Canada's gender gap in exporting and promote entrepreneurship among women. And despite the advancements in technology and the expanding global economy, Indigenous women entrepreneurs continue to maintain a strong connection to their traditional roots. Their businesses are more than economic endeavors. They represent their culture and heritage. 7 in 10 Indigenous women businesses use either traditional knowledge or traditional cultural expression, which is significantly higher than among Indigenous men-owned businesses. Women-owned businesses use traditional knowledge and cultural expressions more likely than their male counterpart. Over a quarter of Indigenous-owned women businesses have some type of intellectual property protection. And Indigenous women-owned businesses most widely use protection for their copyrights and trademarks. Indigenous entrepreneurs are innovative, and they fuel their determination to innovate and adapt. And women-owned businesses are more likely than Indigenous men-owned businesses to have innovated by introducing new products or services in the past 3 years. It's hard to make these stats exciting. I'm really sorry. What's the other one? So also, when you talk about finances, from revenue trends to client relationships, Indigenous women-owned revenue profile confirms they tend to be smaller. Indigenous women-owned businesses were half as likely to report annual revenues of $1 million or more. However, because we are so resourceful and we can make the money go a lot farther, again, it's not a priority for the finances to be that high. But I do recall one time going to the bank and applying for some financing, and the account manager just stood at me, and I was a single mom. It was very similar to Sandy's story, bad relationships for so long, and my greatest motivation was when my ex-husband stood at the door and he shook his finger at me and said, "You're going to fall flat on your face, and I want to be there to see it." And it just was perfect because I knew that was never going to happen. So making a lot of money wasn't a priority, but also being able to take care of my son as a single mom was, my biggest driver, and it sustained me well to remember those words, so that I knew that that was not going to just, nobody can tell you what to do, but when someone says that you can't do something, then Anishinaabe know what I'm talking about. However, the portion of Indigenous women-owned businesses who report experiencing revenue growth is increasing over time from 32% to 41%. So that's incredible. And my last slide, I won't put you right to sleep, I hope. As these businesses grow, they encounter various challenges, especially in the realm of procurement. So Indigenous women's businesses are more likely to supply goods and services to consumers at 68%, or Indigenous governments 49%, but less likely to the private sector or non-Indigenous government departments. Again, I think because we're innovative, we tend to find niche markets and we do the things that we want to do, not just for the sake of making money, but for fulfilling a community need or a personal need. Women-owned Indigenous businesses are less likely to think procurement strategy for businesses. Eligibility criteria are reasonable compared to 73% of men. So with that, Natalie will talk to you more about procurement.
Procurement is almost as boring as research, but I'm gonna try to divert because we all just had lunch and I feel like we need a good stretch. So I'm gonna ask you to stand up if you have ever, oh, I didn't even ask the question yet. If this was Family Feud, you'd have to make something up. Stand up if you have ever thought about starting your own business. Not that you have, but have you ever thought about starting your own business? Wow. Just got chills. If you have started your own business, you can sit down for a minute. So that's a lot of women who have thought about starting their own business, but haven't. Do you mind if I ask somebody to volunteer why? Why didn't you start your own business? You can just shout it out. Okay. So remote or what do you call it? Natural disaster, we could probably call it, stopped you from starting your business. Okay. Anyone else? Oh, we got a microphone. Oh. Yeah.
She said she wants a steady paycheck.
Yeah.
Just for the people on Zoom that can't hear you. Yeah.
That's, oh, we're on Zoom. Hi, Zoom. That's scary. It is scary. I'll admit that that's the reason I've never started a business either. Single mom, 2 kids. Holy, what's going on here? So same thing. I needed that consistent paycheck. That's a fear of failure, right? Anyone else want to share? Okay. That's good, thanks. So we can see some of the challenges here, and Sandy touched on a lot of them as well. But, you know, it's scary to think about getting your first several customers. We're humble. We're not very good at advocating for ourselves or selling ourselves or marketing ourselves. Oh, it's embarrassing, or I feel awkward. Maybe we're not fully committed because we're taking care of our kids. Maybe it wouldn't be something we could invest in full time. We've got a lot of other things to do in the household. And we could go on and on with the barriers and the challenges, but I'd rather talk about the motivations. So stand up if you have ever, to your knowledge, or maybe regularly do, purchase from a women-owned Indigenous business. Who has made purchases from a women-owned Indigenous business? Fantastic. What types of things are we purchasing? Jewelry, clothes, soaps, candles. See, so various. A lot of self-care things though. Interesting. Okay, so what I would like to do now is share with you some stories of, I think I got like 4 or 5 successful women-owned businesses that are all certified with CCAB. We will start with Tribalure Cosmetics. If you've never heard of them, look at my eyeliner, guys. I even brought it to show you, although I think Sandy made me cry it all off, but I was looking pretty good with my eyeliner. So Tribalure, has anyone heard of them? Oh, awesome. Great. So 100% Indigenous owned startup company specializing in online cosmetics and skincare. So this is a partnership between Denise Naden from Apatip Anisipek Nation and Angie Sarsons from Moose Cree First Nation. So their vision was to create a legacy that uplifted and showcased and celebrated Indigenous cultural heritage. And you can see in her products, like everything is a reflection of their culture. They offer cosmetics and skincare that Indigenous people identify with and the rest of the world can appreciate. So among their amazing cosmetic and skincare offerings, they do have a kit called the Red Feature Kit, and that honors missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls throughout Turtle Island. And it's, oh, I didn't show it here, but it's like a nice big box and it comes with that keychain on it and it's full of all of the makeup. So, oh, I did. Okay, so there's QR codes and websites there. If anybody wants to go shopping while we're talking, that's great too. So some of the successes that they have had, so I think Angela touched a little bit on global and export, and Tribalure has had the opportunity to participate in numerous export development programs like the Trade Accelerator Program that's run by the World Trade Center. They've developed relationships with Export Development Canada and Amazon, and they've attended numerous trade missions. The most recent one was they went to Arizona, where they participated as part of an Indigenous business delegation. They were recently awarded a $10,000 grant because they won a competition for cosmetic companies, and that's allowed them to work with Seneca College, and they're developing a whole new line of products with Seneca as a result of that grant. And they will be featured in the upcoming season of Bears Lair. So stay tuned. And then, oh my, this is complicated. There's a lot going on here. Okay. Switching gears a little bit. Some people love makeup and cosmetics, but the inspiration behind Carrie Gray's story is she had a daughter with severe food allergies. And because of that, she had to change her own dietary restrictions, which just, you know, makes you go down a path and a journey on seeing what foods are good for you and what foods aren't. They already had a rabbit farm. So they started kind of thinking about feeding the animals as well. And that's where Shades of Grey Indigenous Pet Treats came in. So it led them to really just discover the benefits that rabbit meat gives, not only to humans, but to your pets too. And now they raise meat rabbits. So, as I said, owned by Carrie Gray. She's a member of the Algonquins of Pikwakon First Nation, and her business is committed now to high quality, all natural treats. Carrie will also be featured on the upcoming season of Bears Lair. That's it for Bears Lair. That's all I got, guys, just those two. But it's just interesting, like when I was pulling these stories out, the first three, by the way, are all Ontario, and I was really just trying to find, you know, different motivators, like different things inspired these women. They all have different stories and they're all successful. So the next one is Grand River Modular. So this is an Indigenous woman-owned home construction company. Don't have very many of those. This one is dedicated to transforming the way homes are built. So it's owned by Kayla and her husband, Jean, and she is a member of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. So her mission is to rapidly produce high quality modular housing solutions. And a couple of impressive things have happened so far. One of the flagship offerings is a line fully detached backyard dwellings, and it complies with the accessory dwelling unit laws in Kitchener, Waterloo, and Toronto. So you could build, you know, if you have a yard, I don't, but if you have a yard, you could build one of these dwellings in it. And they have the ability, again, that global outreach. They can ship these homes all across Canada and the USA. So they really are striving to make sustainable and affordable housing accessible to all. The other thing that they can do is provide jobs to members of their local community, which is something construction companies tend to be able to do. So they're providing jobs to members of their local community, which is Six Nations, while also working to address the housing issues facing Indigenous communities across Canada. We also have a certified Indigenous business in Vancouver, Nuco Modular, which is also a Indigenous woman-owned business, Rory Richards. And she actually created in Squamish Nation a 55-unit dwelling for housing. And that's kind of where her career took off. So, I mean, these stories and the inspiration behind them are can come from anywhere. Ta-da! Yeah, no, this is who wrote the sun catcher and drew the picture. So this is Tracy Metallic Designs. She's a Mi'kmaq woman currently residing in Eastern Quebec. And she didn't discover her love of painting until she was over 40 and was struggling with her mental health and needed an outlet. And so she started painting. And for a while, she kept her job as a social worker until all of a sudden she couldn't keep up with the demand of people wanting some of her beautiful pieces. So 3 years ago, she turned it into a multifaceted business, and it's now a full-time career. And this year, she was invited to showcase her art and gift to celebrities at the prestigious 3 Golden Globe gift suites. So she was able to sort of gift her designs, which are paintings. She puts them on luggage, backpacks. I have a backpack. Actually, last year for Mother's Day, I asked for my kids to get me a backpack because when we were at the Eastern Conference, Tracy was there in the vendor area and somebody bought the one I wanted. And then somebody else was fighting for her luggage. And anyways, you can go online and buy her stuff. You don't need to fight people in the vendor area for it. But yeah, that was really exciting to see her posting, meeting all of these celebrities and gifting her items. So the LinkedIn post that she posted there in the middle says, "Killers of the Flower Moon actresses Jillian Dion and Janae Collins loving their new bags. It was such an honor meeting these beautiful Indigenous actresses. We'll be watching and cheering on you and the entire cast." So was pretty exciting. And Ryan Reynolds even posted her stuff on Instagram saying how beautiful her luggage was. So I bet you Tracy never thought 5 years ago that this is where she would be in 2024. Oops. Now I have to try to make this sound exciting after all those nice stories. So just need to pitch a little bit about the supply chain program at CCAB, just so everyone walks away with a bit of an understanding. Supply chain is really CCAB's trademarked Indigenous procurement strategy. So my role as the director of this program really focuses on ensuring that Indigenous businesses have equal opportunity to participate in Canadian procurement. So that means I'm working with Indigenous businesses, I'm working with corporate Canada, and I'm working with government sectors to really try to increase opportunities and reduce those barriers and challenges. And we always say bridging the gap, but I absolutely resonated with what Sandy's. It's a good thing you spoke before us when she said that you were balancing the feather, because I really feel like the role of CCAB and the role of supply chain is to kind of work with both sides and bring them together rather than educating one side and saying, you got to get up here, and then educating the other side to say, no, you got to get up here. We need to come together in the middle, and that's what we do. So this program really aims to develop both the largest membership in Canada of corporations committed to Indigenous procurement and be the largest online directory of certified Indigenous businesses. So to that point, we have I was talking really fast. We have an exclusive marketplace that is currently hosting 1,398 Indigenous businesses that are all in there as suppliers. And then we have 154 corporate members who can demonstrate their commitment to embedding those businesses into their supply chains, and they get to come into this marketplace as buyers. So it's a two-way directory that allows them to interact. They can customize searches based on what they're looking for. So you guys were shouting them out before: accounting, jewelry, candles, construction, whatever it is that you're looking for. They can go in and do a search based on that. And then the corporate companies can also go in and post their procurement opportunities for all of the Indigenous businesses to see, like, hey, this opportunity is coming up. So that is one of the programs at CCAB. We have many other resources that you will hopefully find valuable, and Summer is going to talk to you about those. So thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, so here we get into some of the supports for Indigenous women entrepreneurs. The first program I'm going to talk to you about is our Tools and Financing for Aboriginal Business, or TFAB, as we like to call it for short. So when I first started at CCAB, we were really lacking in business supports like this for our membership and for entrepreneurs. And as we were, listening to our members, listening to other, Indigenous entrepreneurs, we realized that we needed to deliver something different. And that is where the TFAB program started and how it's really evolved in a lot of different ways. So what is TFAB? TFAB is an online portal, part of it anyway, connecting Indigenous entrepreneurs to the valuable expertise of CCAB TFAB partners, which are also members of CCAB. And they do this by providing the opportunity for our members to learn best practices within 6 key pillars. And these pillars are finance, operations, human resources, legal and regulatory, marketing and communications, and technology. So we have over 100 tools and services available on this platform. And the tools are really useful resources for new businesses, new entrepreneurs, as well as small to medium-sized businesses looking to grow, or even just modernize as well. And the tools are actually free for anyone to download. They're located on our website. And if you're looking for, operations, that one I think always has a lot of really great support, and same with the finance. So definitely check those out if you're looking to open a business. And our members do get exclusive access to our TFAB services though. And this is generally discounts and access to free access to programs that are delivered by our TFAB partners. But for the tools, definitely check them out. And this is just kind of an example of what they look like on the website. You just click in and download them. Okay, so the other side of it is TFAB webinars. We host webinars and web series, and these are always co-hosted by members of CCAB that are able to offer, their expertise on a certain subject, and also some skills development advice as well. So these are free for all CCB members, but non-members can definitely attend these webinars, and it's for a very small fee. I think it might be like $10 for like a non-member. Some of these are, multi-day web series as well, and they can include things like, grant writing, proposals, financing, things like that that can be kind of challenging to learn the skills of when you're just starting out. So the next thing that we offer with the TFAB program is our regional networking events. And these are free networking events that are hosted across the country. And they're generally about 3 hours long. And this is where we bring together Indigenous entrepreneurs and local corporations looking to make connections. So these always start off with a panel discussion followed by Q&A, and then about 2.5 hours of networking. And we always see between 80 and 175. I think that was like the max that I ever saw was 175 at one of these events. And it really just depends on like the max capacity that we have for this space, because every single TFAB event we've ever had has been fully registered every time. And yeah, this is a great opportunity just to mingle with professionals in your area, make meaningful connections. And we already had our Vancouver event at the end of February, but we'll be in Moncton next in mid-May, Calgary in June, Saskatoon in July, Montreal, I believe, in August, and then Winnipeg will be in the fall, and then we will close the year out in Toronto. So if you're interested, definitely come to the Toronto event if you're local to here. And again, that is free for members and non-members. So our TFAB grants and funding opportunities, this is kind of the financing side of the TFAB program. And we have multiple grants that come out every year. And these grants run between $2,500 and I think the largest one we ever had was maybe an $8,000 grant. They all have different criteria. Some of them are, provincially, like maybe only in Ontario or maybe only in Alberta. One that we have every single year is our Indigenous Women Entrepreneurship Fund. And unfortunately, then the applications just closed yesterday. I was really excited to tell you to apply now, but unfortunately they are closed as of yesterday. So this one is a micro grant of $2,500 for any 51% minimum owned and controlled Indigenous women owned business. And anyone can apply. So you don't have to be a member to benefit from the grants. And you do get a 1-year complimentary CCB membership. One grant that we always have open is our Canada Digital Adoption Program. So you can always check that one out if you're interested. So marketing opportunities. These are generally what comes as a benefit for our CCB members. But all CCB members do receive a printed version of our Aboriginal Business Report magazine, which we come out with 4 editions a year. And all of our members have discounted advertising opportunities in the publication as well. The magazine has substantial reach, and it is available. It is sent to every First Nation, Métis, Inuit community across the country, and every Friendship Center and MP office across the nation as well. So over 5,000 of these copies are printed and distributed across the country. Really great to be featured in there or advertised in there. So in our summer edition, we do offer a complimentary member listing in the magazine. And this is broken down by industry, province or territory, and then also Indigenous or non-Indigenous owned businesses. And we have all of our digital copies located on the website. So if you wanted to go back and look at the different editions, you're welcome to browse. And in the digital copy, the link to our members' websites or their member profile, if they don't have a website, is you can just click in and you'll directly get there. Otherwise, they are printed in the physical copy. And of course, discount advertising for members, but non-members are welcome to advertise in this magazine as well. So other complementary ways to promote with CCAB, and again, this is with our membership, is through our membership directory, we have a full public list of all of our member companies with Google search optimization. And you can search by industry, province, territory, keywords specifically that might pop up on their profile. And there's always like a contact for the company and their website if they have one. So we also, one really great feature that I always encourage all of our members to take advantage of is to utilize our social media networks. So if someone's a member of CCAB and they want us to share something with our social media networks, all they have to do is tag us in it, and then we'll repost it to our network. They can do that as much as they want throughout the year. We have about over 24,000 followers on LinkedIn. We have a huge amount of followers on Instagram, Facebook, and X as well. So that is like a really great way to tap into our network. And of course, all of our members do get our CCB member logos and certificate that they can use, in lots of different ways. On their website or e-signature, stuff like that. So going into our awards, we come out with 5 annual awards. And these awards are the Award for Excellence in Aboriginal Relations, Aboriginal Business Lifetime Achievement Award, Indigenous Women in Leadership Award, or IWIL, and the Young Aboriginal Entrepreneur Award, as well as the Aboriginal Economic Development Corporation Award. So for the Indigenous Women in Leadership Award, this award celebrates successful, accomplished, and committed Indigenous women, and IWIL is nationally recognized and serves as a platform to the future. Award recipients champion as role models for Indigenous women. And here you can see some of our recipients. So we have Rose Paul.
Or maybe you're feeling like a floating head. You forgot you had a body because you were so focused on something. Just to bring you back, support your nervous system in coming back into more of a regulated state. And I know when we're at conferences, often we sit and listen for a long time. So I just wanted to invite everyone to remember their body. There we go. Great. Awesome. Thank you. If we're overstimulated or understimulated, that's a great one we can move into. Do I have a clicker? How are we advancing? Yay, thanks. So that was a somatic practice, what we just did. So Tansei, my name is Jacqueline Jennings. I am of mixed heritage. I am Cree, Anishinaabe, Red River Métis, and of European settler descent by way of New Zealand on my mother's side. I often joke it's obvious that I had a white mother because of my braids in this photo. She did her best. I am a mother, and I am also a survivor of the foster care system. And I always bring this photo of my younger self with me to remember where I came from and how I came to this work. And I also bring with me the stories and knowledge of my ancestors, who I often think of Donald Whitford, who was one of my great-great-grandfathers. And he lived seasonally between the area that's now Winnipeg, the Cypress Hills, and into Alberta, often following, he was traveling towards the extinction of the buffalo. So following the buffalo and the fur trade. And his daughter Flora says he spoke 6 languages. And so I think about him in my work, the way that he would have had to adapt and move respectfully in spaces with different nations, different languages, different protocols. And his main role was as a translator in treaty making and trade agreements. And so his experience is wealth that I bring with me to this work today. And later we're going to talk a bit about redefining wealth. So just kind of call him into the space. On a professional level, I have a background in the private sector and business. And then I'm also an investor in residence with Roan Horse Consulting. My background, I was working in investment with Raven Indigenous Capital until about a year ago. Can everyone hear me okay? This feels very loud and echoey. Is it all right? Okay. I think so. Like, I'm already very loud. Okay. So in my work, I'm also a trauma of money facilitator, which is what we're going to discuss today. And I'm going to pass it over to Carol Ann.
Miigwech. Jacqueline, it's an honor to be here with you today and with all of you. I want to say Ani, Sakajue Makade Panasik Indigenous Cause, Gagoon and Dodam, Lavak, Minwa Biscotasing and Dunjiba, Kingston and Da, Nimanoaya Gai Nimanwenda Momaya and Nogong. So I'm also an Anishinaabe learner, and I shared that my name, my spirit name is Black Thunderbird Woman on the horizon, and I'm the Fish Clan, and that I grew up in a little mining town called Lavac and a beautiful lake called Biscotasing. And I currently live in Kingston, Ontario. I'm a member at Zagamok, and I met our elder here who's from a neighboring community, the Chiking community, not too far away. Yeah, and I said, I'm very happy to be here today. I also have some experience in the financial industry. I started a company in 2023 called Woodland Wealth, and I provide financial advice and investment advice. And I also love doing this for our relationship with money as well. I have 3 daughters and a son, and I have one beautiful Noshe, my little grandson. So I can tell some of you here might be grandparents, and you know how fulfilling that is. Well, it's wonderful to share this space with you today, and we look forward to your participation.
Take us through what we're doing today, or I can go through. So as you might have noticed on the agenda, this is one of 2 workshops. So this is part 1. Tomorrow we'll have part 2. If people want to join who didn't come today, it's okay. We'll do a bit of a recap tomorrow. But today we're going to introduce the trauma of money method. We're going to learn about the neuroanatomy of trauma. So what's happening in the brain, the psychology of scarcity. We're going to explore some concepts around bandwidth and slack. Doesn't have to mean anything to anyone right now. And then we're going to go into some exercises around interrupting the scarcity mindset. tomorrow, we're going to focus into a body of work around financial shame, and then moving from lateral harm to lateral kindness. So it'll be a conversation about lateral violence, and then we'll move into reimagining wealth and reimagining capitalism, and then some exercises around harmonizing. If you are someone who likes worksheets, we will have some of those available, but you're also just welcome to journal or take notes on your phone or laptop if you want to capture any of the teachings that we share today. Great. Do you want to talk about consent? Okay.
Need my glasses for this one. Just going to read the slide. So it says, I understand that the trauma of money method works at a deep emotional level, and myself and my fellow participants may decide to share personal information. At all times, I have the right to decide on the degree of my sharing and to ask for further explanation or support. So it is our wish that we will share today. So we want you to be comfortable sharing, and it's at your will if you'd like to share. Okay. The next slide here is around advocating for our needs, and some of the language and scenarios we discuss may be a trigger for some emotions. And if at any time you feel activated and something you feel is not really in your control, we urge you to seek some help if you need that, in the form of some healing through community or professional therapists. So I'm going to read the slide, advocating for our needs. And it's, I will do my best to prioritize the safety and care of my nervous system on this journey, even if that means I need to step away. In many circumstances, honoring my needs helps create a safer space for the collective. As a psychoeducation program, trauma of money is not a substitute for mental health care or medical care. So if you feel this brings things up that you don't feel capable of coping with on your own, we recommend, there's lots of resources and probably people here that know of resources for that.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay. So just a bit of a check-in right off the bat. How are we doing? How are we feeling? We have so far used the words trauma, money, shame. Is anyone feeling like I feel something when I say those? Even when I read them out, I'm like, ugh, like, and I kind of feel it like in my throat. It might feel like a constriction. Do you have any of those? You feel it in your stomach?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even just those words can really bring up a lot of emotion. Anybody else? Whoop, this is a yell out.
Let's get started.
You feel like eager. Yeah, absolutely. Any bit of anxiety. Yeah, totally. Anyone else? Yeah.
That's some good material for your next visit.
One of the reasons I like to do this check-in is some of you might have heard or maybe even questioned if money is emotional. And so like right away, this tells us that it is. And if anyone tells you different, now you have this evidence. So just briefly, this is the founder of the Trauma of Money. There's supposed to be a photo of her. It's not showing up, Chantel Chapman. And what the Trauma of Money is as Carol Ann mentioned, it's a unique financial literacy and psychoeducational program. So it brings together psychology of scarcity, research around trauma, and helps us to evolve how we relate to money. And unlike traditional
financial approaches, which focus solely on the individual. Like, what can we fix within you? The trauma of money takes a more compassionate approach that orients us within a broader collective landscape that explores societal and systemic trauma and impacts. Here we go. So this is the essentially what we're up to today and in this work. And so the whole point of this work is to decrease shame and to increase discernment. And so the definition of discernment is about increasing our level of knowledge and shifting our perspective around something. We might notice that we're holding some ideas like, I should be good at money, I should be good at this. And so that's where the shame can kind of come in. And I'm just going to pass things to Carol-Ann to say what this isn't.
Okay. Yeah, when people hear it's the word financial, they might think, oh, we're here to give financial advice and tell you how to use your money wisely. That's not what we're here to do. It's not about financial advice. It's not about how to invest your money. And we're not mental health specialists, but we're here to, like, as Jacqueline said, to examine our relationship with money and our thoughts about money.
Thank you. The other piece that Carol-Ann brought up when we were working on this workshop is something she's going to share with you about what else we're up to.
Okay. Yeah, I think Jacqueline alluded to this, that often most education is aimed at us personally, but I think what we want to do is look at like the whole landscape, like look back generations and generations ago, the impacts of that our ancestors experienced and our grandparents and our parents, and how those influences historically have put us where we are today about our beliefs about money and how society sees us with money. And we can look back at colonization, where it really benefited the colonizers and really impoverished us and our people. And so that's a historical fact, and that's impacted our families for generations and generations. And that colonization is what created reserves and restricted our ability to travel and trade, and created, as we know, the school system and also the pass system, all kinds of restrictions on our ability to participate in wealth creation in this country. And then there's a layer of patriarchy where we're women here, and there's a saying, oh, it's a man's world, I guess. And I don't know if some of you remember having to bring your husband to the bank to sign a document. Like, it's not that long ago. We couldn't make decisions independently. I think it's 1964, women could open bank accounts on their own. It's not that long ago. So what we want to do is, recognize that's what we come from, is that our ancestors, our parents, our grandparents have experienced that, and some of us ourselves. And it's reflected in when you look at the leadership and the boards of a lot of powerful companies. Is it a lot of women there? We're still not where we should be, I guess, represented in politics and business and other areas. And the last one on this list is capitalism. And that word, again, it's very few people benefit from capitalist thinking and behavior or way of doing business. It's the owners or shareholders are creating as much profit as they can for a very small group at the expense of a lot of other people. The wealth isn't equally shared. It's really a few people at the top benefit. It's considered very extractive that
it takes a lot, that it's sort of profit at all costs. And that cost could be to the workforce's health and well-being, where you try to extract more work for less money to get more profit, or, I mean, also the planet, where you try to extract as much resources as you can for profit. It doesn't look at giving back or sharing or that kind of notion. So these historical contexts really have influenced our relationship with money. And what we hope to do through the course of our time together is to try to expand and have a vision of new ways instead of colonization, that, we think of more liberation. We have freedom. We don't have to be shackled by some of the historical facts, and equality. We're here as women and empowering each other, and listening to stories of success. And also the idea how wealth creation doesn't have to benefit a few at the expense of others, that it could be abundant, and that mindset for ourselves and for the planet. So big context.
Thank you. Oh dear. Hello, Mr. AV guy. Our slides are not working. Is it because of the internet? Okay. I'm going to reset this and see if that helps. So this is supposed to be a quote. I'm just going to read it and we will move on. It says, in a trauma state, every response is an action in survival instead of cognitive choice. So we're going to dig into financial trauma. These are some of the things that contribute to an experience of financial trauma. So that could look like an experience of childhood poverty. It's defined as poverty or financial distress that someone experiences for more than 3 months. This is a conventional definition. Unemployment, loss of assets, so losing something that you own, an inability to retire can also be considered financial trauma. Economic abuse, which would be one party controlling the ability of another to earn or have money. And then domestic financial abuse, which can be in a domestic partnership where one person is controlling the money of another or not providing for the other and using that as a method of control. Oh dear. If all our slides are like this, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Any hot tips? You're doing a refresh? Thank you. We're going to talk about avoiding perfectionism later, so this is perfect. So I'm going to next take us through the model that we use around the trauma of money and the different types of trauma that play into that. Thank you. That's great. Thanks so much. So the first one that we're going to talk about is generational trauma or scarcity. So this is something that can be passed down through nature via epigenetics, which is the study of how behaviors and environment can cause changes that affect literally how our genes work. And through nurture, so like what lessons or narratives were passed down around money, usually by a primary caregiver. Some examples of things that can be passed down generationally could be like money is poison, or it's not safe to be Indigenous and take up space. Or positive things can be passed down as well, but ideas around like being an artist or a maker won't create a livelihood can be things that are passed down through generational trauma. Relational trauma is mostly linked to our experiences with caregivers as a child. So this is maybe like less you know, what was happening for our great grandparents, our grandparents, but in that more direct one-to-one relationship. This is trauma that exists usually, or even scarcity within a relationship, and it can lead to a wound around attachment. Societal or trauma or scarcity. So these are the harmful impacts of dominant culture. As Carol Ann just mentioned, colonialism, white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, consumerism. I also think about the trauma that is in that society around like the Western beauty standard, for example. So if we make it about something that isn't about money, it could be like, there's one way to look that is acceptable and everything else is too big, too small, too short, too tall, you know, unattractive. This is also we talk about why our entire teaching within this work is rooted in the racial wealth gap, because that's a direct result of dominant culture and our economic system. And then systemic trauma is the systems that our society operates within. So we kind of think we go from like inside out. So systemic trauma are the harmful impacts of the system that create a toxic dominant culture. Systems that elevate some, as you were talking about, and marginalize others. So an example would be banking. In the banking system, we have penalties for, you know, insufficient funds or late penalties on bills. And so they actually punish those who have less. And then you have like a really positive interest rate for someone who's very wealthy. So these are the things that are baked into the system that we're living in. And then within the trauma of money method, we talk about the laws of nature and biomimicry. So this is an example of how we can root into some of our worldviews around money that are not rooted in scarcity. There's many examples, you know, in nature that we can see. One of the laws of nature that we work with closely in this work is reciprocity. So a fair exchange of energy. And in our research, we actually discovered, and I always think this is such a funny word because I'm sure there's traditional wisdom that would tell you this everywhere, that we actually are biologically wired to expect reciprocity. And so when it doesn't exist, when there isn't this reciprocal balanced flow of give and take, it can actually feel like trauma. The absence of reciprocity is traumatic. So we look to nature, the redistribution of resources, minerals, proteins, water in a forest. A lot of teachings, you know, I think about are like the salmon. I'm born and raised in Squamish Nation territory, so we eat a lot of salmon. The salmon comes out of the river with the bears and the eagles, and it is the fertilizer for the forest. So that's the redistribution of those nutrients into the forest. And this is just one example. And so, do you want to maybe share just this slide? Because I know it really resonates for you as well.
Okay. Yeah. The idea of reciprocity, and it talks about the gift economy, which is a relationship, which is expressed as a gratitude. And it's more of the community way of being, that if someone in my community isn't well, then I'm not well either. And we have to look after each other, which I think is much more natural way for viewing than some of the other models we talked about earlier. And there's a beautiful woman named Robin Wall Kimmerer who writes so much and so beautifully about our relationship with the plant world. And it's certainly such a good example of reciprocity, how all those molecules get shared. And similarly in our communities, if we're very community minded, and that sharing factor is strong amongst us.
Thank you. So another example that I use when and you can borrow this if you're ever in this position, because we do a lot of teaching in non-Indigenous spaces. And so this is without prescribing to pan-indigeneity. This is how I very simply explain this to particularly white academics. So in our teachings, you know, a lot of us have teachings that humans are the youngest creatures and often the most dependent on the others, and that we know that the earth could probably flourish without us and the plants without us. However, we cannot exist in this physical form without those others. So whereas a European worldview is very rooted in man's dominion over the earth. So if you picture like literally, and it's not even a mistake, a man like lording over the world, ours is sort of the upside down, right? So we require to be in relationship with all of these, with the water, with the land, with the animals. And so I often explore explaining it as a spider web. So we're in one part of the spider web, and everything we do affects everything else in that spider web. So if you're ever in a position where you, in your work or at your dinner table, you need to explain that, you're welcome to borrow that. I try to often make the example something that my 10-year-old would understand. So the final piece of the trauma of money method is financial literacy. So it's really important to note that this is important, but it always comes last, because being in a trauma activated state or in scarcity impacts our ability to access financial literacy. I often talk about my son, like, even at 6 years old, he probably on some level knew you should spend less money than you make, right? But when he's in a tantrum and he just wants a popsicle to soothe himself, right? Like none of that logic and financial literacy is going to help him. And we're going to talk a bit more about what's happening in the brain where financial literacy isn't accessible to us until we heal some of our behaviors and relationships around money. And Carol Ann is going deep into this work in our communities around, and it already came up today, annuity and treaty settlements and payments. Do you want to do a little plug for?
Sure. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I have developed a workshop called Welcoming Wealth, and it's based on the trauma of money method. And it gets at just this piece that we need to look at our relationship with money and the history, and rid ourselves of not rid ourselves, it's discernment, be able to discern, you know, what's ours and what's not ours to carry, and have a good way of feeling open to the money before we work on literacy. Like it just, we need to do that first. So I'm really hoping to help share some of these ideas, and any feedback after this that you have around what parts would really resonate with you or people in your community, we'd be really grateful to hear that.
I know I'm role modeling non-perfectionism, and I just realized there's a typo in this slide. So it's very on brand for our work. So like anxiety, which was mentioned earlier, shame is this intense, overwhelming effect that is associated with our autonomic nervous system activation. And it affects our ability to think clearly, our desire to hide or flee. And like anxiety, it can be contagious. So this is, we're going to get into the neuroanatomy of this a little bit. So what does trauma do to the brain? It releases stress hormones when we are triggered, even if we're safe in the here and now. So unsafety in our current world can feel like a low bank account balance, or being criticized in a meeting. That can feel the same as like a wolf or a bear charging at you, because our nervous system doesn't know the difference. So essentially, trauma gunks up our brain's ability to tell when we're safe or not. When we're triggered, the brain can cue a protective response, even if we're actually physically safe or psychologically or emotionally safe. It's only been a few hundred years since it has even been a thing to experience houselessness, or to have poverty be something you can die of. That just wasn't a reality in pre-contact. And so the stress and threats can look very different, but it's not long enough for us to have biologically evolved to be able to sort that out in our nervous systems, which is a very like automated system. Drought or famine existed for sure, but mostly our ancestors were dealing with perhaps conflict or predatory animals or battles with other tribes and weather events. So if you look at a lot of our traditional ways of living, our well-being practice, and even our ceremony, like drumming or dancing or singing or fasting or sweat, or cold temperature contrast, were innately somatic practices that move our biological responses to trauma out in very effective ways. Like our traditional ways of life were innately caring for our nervous systems. I'm gonna go to this one. You want to talk about all the parts of the brain?
Sure. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the brain and how it works. And I'm just going to see if there are any neuroscientists in the room. Okay, good, because I'm not a specialist in it. As a disclaimer that I only have a superficial knowledge, but the amount of knowledge I have, I think, is really useful for helping us understand why we respond the way we do, because we're built that way, right? So I love this. There's a model where we can use our hand and it to be a model of our brain.
You want to invite everybody?
Yeah, if you want to look at your hand and imagine that your fingertips are what we call the prefrontal cortex. And that's actually, they say, the newest part of our brain. And it's the part of our brain that we call it has the executive function. It's the part that does the planning, the thinking, gives us our language ability, can make us more articulate when we're firing in this part of our brain. And the next part, more like the palm of our hand, they call the hippocampus, and it's more related to our emotions and our memories. And makes me think of, do you ever wake up and smell something and it brings back a memory of like when you were a child? And that's that part of the brain that's working when things like that happen. And then we can compare our thumbs with the amygdala or the brain stem. And this is the really more, what they say is more like the ancient part of our brain. And it is responsible for all our automatic things like our heart beating. We don't have to consciously tell our heart to beat, or our breathing, or our responses when we have those automatic responses to a stress. Those things happen. So if we wrap our fingers around our thumb, that's kind of how our brain is built. And there's an expression that people say, if you're triggered, you have some shock or trauma to your system, you flip your lid, and the prefrontal cortex totally shuts down. You're not working. And all that's happening is your instinctive part is taking over, and maybe some of your memory part are leading now, but your your conscious or your executive functions are gone. So you flip your lid and you're behaving and responding from that instinctive part of your brain. So this is helpful as we talk about trauma.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that. I mean, we refer also like to that as being kind of like the fire alarm in the brain. And, you know, I want to just make a distinction that our prefrontal cortex, so I use the example, I'm very afraid of snakes. Anybody? Snakes, spiders? Yes, yes. Anybody afraid of mice? Yeah, okay. So it's taken me a long time, but when I was younger, if I saw a snake, it didn't matter what I was holding, where I was, I would just suddenly find myself sprinting away, probably screaming. And it was like that is that example of like the fire alarm went off. I lost basically all ability to choose my reaction and I just bolted. And now I can kind of be like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna like have a little bit more choice. So I just want to make the distinction that our prefrontal cortex doesn't fully go offline. Obviously, have still the ability to scream and sometimes swear, but we have less access to it, and it can be like sometimes very little, sometimes more. We're not completely without it, but we definitely aren't in a great position to do complex problem solving skills. So if you've ever had this experience where you're having a trigger and you can't find the words, you ever have that experience where you're like, oh, I think this happens a lot in interpersonal conflict where like someone will criticize you in your work or in your household and you like can't explain yourself or defend yourself. That is because of this part of the brain called the Broca's area, which is where our language comes from, where our language recall comes from, and it goes offline. And this is what's happening. So we have this fight, freeze, flight, and fawn response. So these are our options when our fire alarm goes off. And I want to acknowledge that we need to speed up. So I'm going to skip the explanation, go to it in depth, but obviously fight, freeze, and flight are very self-explanatory. And fawn is also known as the tend and befriend. And it's more common in folks who are socialized as women. So in our work, we talk about the triggers occur in either too little arousal or too much arousal. And where we are regulated and our optimal state is in this, what we call the window of resilience. It's known as the window of tolerance in more conventional psychology, but we didn't love that term because tolerance doesn't sound like an optimal state. The ways that we can get into that space of a regulated space where we can have access to logic and complex problem solving, where we can learn new information, is in that window of resilience. And there's lots of ways, as we mentioned, of getting into that. So we just wanted to give some examples. You know, breath is a way of getting there. Cold water, jumping in cold water is a great way to bring ourselves back into a regulated state after we've had an activation or a trigger. Healthy fats, drumming, massage, physical activity. So the water bottle, passing back and forth that we just did are all examples. And we're gonna get into that a little bit more. So I wanted to just take 1 second to introduce another somatic practice. And this comes from a little bit, you know, we talk about not being able to tell the difference between a bill arriving in the mail and a bear charging us. So just gonna invite you, if you want, to just take a moment and stretch and look behind yourself. Look both ways if you can. And this is a really great one to regulate when we feel like there's a threat because it's literally telling that old part of the brain that Carol Ann was talking about, that there's no one coming up behind us to attack. You want to read this slide? And just read it and we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah. So I think this sums it up, that the brain doesn't know the difference between a real or perceived scarcity as well, not only a threat, but a scarcity.
Thank you. Thanks. So scarcity reduces our cognitive capacity, our ability, just like trauma. It behaves the same way in our brains. So it interferes with how we process information and our executive decision making. So that's like our organization skills and our impulse control. So do you want to read this one?
Sure. So the field of economics is the study of scarcity. And interestingly, it's the study of how people use resources and respond to incentives. And we know things like scarcity, the fewer there are of something like diamonds, the more you have to pay for them. So scarcity is promoted, or
Yeah. So this is our dominant culture definition of an economic system has scarcity baked in. It's how it works. So I don't know anyone who doesn't have some experience of scarcity, which if our brain acts the same way as it does with trauma, this means that this is relevant to everyone. So just an example of how we're being shown scarcity, like you just said, with diamonds, the messages we're getting in media, don't miss out, get the last one, don't miss your chance. We're being fed that all the time. We're running out of this, we're running out of that. So what's happening out in the world can create scarcity within ourselves. And a scarcity mindset triggers a cognitive tunneling effect. So tunnel vision. So that effect where our focus narrows to immediate concerns rather than long-term goals. And I think this one sentence is such an important example of how a lot of our community's governance runs. We will tunnel vision on the immediate need or the immediate area and concern and leave the longer term goals. We never get to them. So this mindset distorts the perception of abundance and undermines community well-being.
I just have an example.
Great.
Okay. I'm going to jump in because it just brought to mind a concept I heard a couple of weeks ago about, for example, this issue where the settlements come in and there's this sudden flood of abundance. And if it goes to each person and it disappears, it's kind of like if we harvest all the fish all at once and take them, or cut down all the trees, because we're just dealing with the now. We're just, taking everything and not planning out ahead for the long term. It's that scarcity mentality that comes in and interferes.
Yeah. One of the challenges we have is this distinction between scarcity mentality and real scarcity. So if everyone in the community hasn't had a meal in 2 weeks, then let's feed everybody and make sure that is immediately taken care of. But if it's the feeling that there will never be food ever again, that's causing us so it's that increasing our discernment about what's real scarcity or perceived scarcity. So again, just, we can get that tunnel vision and that focus. The other thing that scarcity creates is what we call slack, issues with slack. So like the space or capacity. And Carol Ann's got an example she's going to share very quickly.
I think we have to 3:45.
I know, but we have a lot to get through.
Speaking of scarcity, it could be time scarcity too. We have a lot we want to share. Yeah, so the packing problem is, comparing if you have a small suitcase to get here or you have a big steam trunk for packing to come here, and how much mental kind of bandwidth you're using when you're packing. If you have a scarcity problem, like, oh, I only have so much space, you're reviewing and changing, and you're spending a lot of time thinking, maybe I should bring that other sweater because it's smaller than this sweater. I don't need those shoes. And it's just taking up a lot of your mental space. Whereas if you have a big trunk and a trailer to bring your stuff here, you just throw things in nilly-willy, and you know when you get here, anything you could possibly want, you have, and you're much more free to just engage in what's going on and not worrying if you packed the right thing or not. So they're related to how much brain power you're using to deal with those thoughts of scarcity. If they're gone, you have more mental capacity to think about other things.
Yeah, thank you. It's this, so this is one example of the cost of scarcity. I don't know if any of you've heard the sort of saying, it's expensive to be poor. Anybody heard that? These are some of the costs of being in scarcity. So another component of this is, similarly, you might engage in trade-off thinking. So I'm packing this tiny suitcase, might want to go for a run, so I should bring my running shoes, but if I bring the shoes, I can't bring the blow dryer, back and forth, and then like, no wonder we're exhausted. And then maybe even once you get on the plane, you're like, did I make the right choice? Should I have brought my blow dryer instead of my running shoes? And that can just eat up so much of our time and attention and energy. So the third item is what's called bandwidth tax. So use the example of a computer where you have like 50 tabs open. Does anyone have one of those computers? Yeah, I might be guilty of that. I have like 4 windows and each of them has 40 tabs. So this is like having 100 tabs open. Did I make the right choice about packing the thing, that bill that's coming up, blah, 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 blah. And it's actually slowing down the operating system of our brains. Our mental calculator is running dozens of calculations. Maybe our internal dialogue is talking to us about our doubt. We're trying to like cook dinner or deal with a plumber. So that's this bandwidth tax that exists during scarcity. And then the final one is temptation tax, which is we might get to the point where we're experiencing so much scarcity that we say, screw this. I'm just gonna buy myself a donut. I can't afford it, but you know what? I can't afford anything. So I can't think of any polite swear words to use. So I'm just gonna say, you know, phooey. So this is when we get to that breaking point, and then we're tempted, we're faced with all this advertising and, oh, you should, this will make you feel better. I think about in the like early aughts, there was a lot of like rosé all day, like wine, like moms deserve wine. Like that was such direct marketing around temptation tax. Like you've had a hard day, you deserve it. And so these are some of the other considerations. So all of these things are the impacts of scarcity on us. So that tunnel vision, we can't focus on long-term planning. It might become really hard to set and maintain goals. We don't have a lot of space when we've got a lot of noise happening in our brains. We're engaging maybe in trade-off thinking, and then avoidance and soothing pain might come into place. So it might be a donut or a glass of wine or bingo or whatever, at least one thing is going to bring us some of that dopamine that we're seeking. So this scarcity mindset, and remember we said trauma acts the same way in our brain, can lead to these. Now, these are from the conventional psychology, DSM-5. They would call them a money disorder. In the trauma of money, we try not to kind of dive into those sort of labels. So we'll just call it a money disruption. It's basically anything that's a behavior around money that isn't working for you. That's, that's not working, that you want to change, or that's harming you. So a scarcity mindset or trauma can lead to financial avoidance, excessive risk aversion. So this is the case where you don't want to take any risks whatsoever because you're on such a tight budget. Underspending, so that could be like not paying bills even if you have the money to pay them. Could be hoarding wealth, so not spending any money and maybe living in not great conditions, or not paying for some of your necessities because there's fear that that's it, there'll be no more money and you need to keep it all. And that's one that we see, right? Well, that's an interesting one, because that hoarding wealth is actually rewarded if you're wealthy and from certain communities. Will maybe give you an award and put you on the cover of a magazine as being the best wealth hoarder. Compulsive spending. So that's, just that might look like what we may have in the past thought of as like a shopping addiction, spending without sort of any intention or mindfulness, just getting into that compulsive cycle. Gambling, excessive financial risk taking. So the other side is like, I don't know, yeah, bet it all on red. Financial infidelity, where we are like experiencing dishonesty or betrayal in a domestic partnership. So not honoring the agreements you have around money in a relationship. Financial codependency and financial abuse. These are all some of the disruptions that we can experience around money. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Oh, well, I'm just going to say, we all probably have had some of these. I've experienced some, and because I work with people and their money, I see it quite often too. And that's probably some of the reason people come to me. Is it okay if I spend this or spend that? Because they're insecure about making their own decisions around money because of this.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I personally experienced a lot of financial avoidance years where I had no idea how much money was in my bank account. I would just kind of hope that it was okay when I went to the grocery store. I didn't want to open bills. So that sort of financial avoidance are things that we've experienced. We'll going to talk about how do we intervene if we're experiencing this. So this particularly is focused on that perceived scarcity. If we're experiencing real, actual scarcity, this won't work until that immediate need is addressed. So there's no positive thinking, bypassing. You got to address the existing scarcity, and then we're going to move through these steps. So the first one that we want to do is basically mindfulness, fact finding. What is happening? What's the narrative that's coming up? What's the belief? What's the reality? I might feel scarcity, but then I'm going to look and say okay, I have this much money and I have these, payments coming in. And so maybe, even though I feel like I don't have anything, give myself some data. And that's where we move into this inventory. So are we in real scarcity? What's in the past? So I've got the feeling from my mindfulness. I'm feeling like I have nothing. Inventory. What are the facts? Then we can do some work to regulate our nervous system. So we can have some nourishment. Maybe we do some, we go to ceremony, we co-regulate, even just a long hug with someone in our family who we love, bringing ourselves back into a regulated state so that we can have access to all of our problem-solving skills and our critical thinking. And then the next step is, let's create a vision. So what is it you want in your life? What values do you want to uplift? Or what do you want in that moment? How do you want to shift? And then we can move into moving away from perfectionism. So one of the things that we talk about in the trauma of money, and this statement resonates for me so much, is like, I forgive myself for the things that I did in the past to survive. I can forgive myself for the way I avoided opening my bills and, not knowing what was going on with me financially, avoided, I don't know, like paying a parking ticket that then went to a collection agency and ruined my credit because I just couldn't, even though I had the money to pay the parking ticket, maybe I just couldn't bring myself. I was so triggered to look at that. So forgiveness, this fault tolerance, we're going to make mistakes as we move towards a new relationship with money. Shall we just take a breath? Yeah. So a really simple somatic practice, if we're feeling overstimulated, that we can access is breath. And anytime our exhale is longer than our inhale, we're moving into more of a calm state. If you need to energize yourself and get ready to run, then you can make your inhale longer than your exhale. So I am still getting over like some nervousness, some tech glitches, not being able to walk around. And so I need a longer exhale. So I'm going to do a short inhale and then a long exhale. And if you're feeling like you're falling asleep, you might want to flip it. I sped us up. Thank you. It was way too speedy. So we've got some time. So I think we'll just pause and want to give space for some questions. Unless there's one that you want to go back to and go further into.
I was thinking about the people remembering their earliest memories.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, we have time.
Awesome. Okay. We have like some backup plans if we had enough time. So one of the first exercises that we do in our long form, so the trauma of money is a professional certification. A lot of mental health professionals and financial professionals will take it. It's like 18 weeks. And on the first day, one of the first things we do is ask all of the learners, what is your first memory with money? And you do not need to share this out loud, but if you are someone, I see a few people who are taking notes, who are, if that's something you want to reflect on, think about, you're welcome to share if you'd like. Yeah, absolutely. We've got a microphone. Thank you.
I was sitting here and thinking, I won't be triggered by anything. And I was doing really well until you asked that last question. My name is Leslie Green. I'm from Six Nations, and I'm not used to sharing an open platform, but I'm going to today, this piece. When I was a little girl and I was sexually abused and I was crying, the man handed me, I think it was 6 quarters. And he said, "This is for you, but you need to quit crying. And you can't tell anybody why you got these and who gave you this money. I'll explain it when someone says, why do you have money in your hands?" And until you said that just now, I have been crying over, like, I have been crying because I have a chronic, like, I like bingo. I love bingo and I love casino. And I couldn't figure why, if I have such good wealth, which I do, and I've had wealth, why do I need to waste that? Why do I got to keep it quiet? Why don't I just be, I want everyone to be abundant in everything they do. And yet that very thing you just asked me hit home like nobody's business. So that's my first 6 quarters of my life. Okay.
Thank you for sharing that. It was really brave. Mhm. Yeah, these memories around money are so complicated and so woven into maybe behaviors that are still running, narratives that are running our lives today that we don't even know. You know, I so appreciate you sharing. You know, my first memory with money is around our family separation and divorce. And I remember from a really young age knowing the amount of money of child support that was supposed to be paid, and it was like $200, and that my dad couldn't even pay that. And you know, I forgot about that for a long time until I came to this work, and I realized that I was recreating, especially in my early years, no matter how much money I made, I might get to this, $400 is the number that stands out because it was the combined amount that he was supposed to pay for my younger brother and I. And I would get to points, no matter what was going on, had a good job where I had $400 in my bank account over and over and over again. Like, if I had more than that, I felt anxious. I felt like I was burning a hole in my pocket. And so that is some of the excavation, you know, the inquiry, that discernment that we can bring to our own experience around why we might have some behaviors and narratives with money that aren't serving us. And I hope that part of this work will recognize is that there is nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with me. We aren't bad with money. We aren't being careless. There's a bigger picture at play that is, you know, we can only work on healing if we can identify what's going on. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Sutherland. I resided in a remote community most of my life. As a young child, I never had money. I never understood what money was about because we were never taught what it was about. I'm a residential school survivor. I was in residential school for 4 years. My mother was in residential school. I'm hearing you. When we first started this your presentation, I was wondering what this traumatic thing was about, where you said this is be careful, this is going to be, and I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? You know? So like I said, I was never taught what money was about. I remember having a dime to go to a theater in the small remote community. With what I'm receiving today, with presentations and what have you since this morning, I am not at anybody's level of their businesses, because I am just the way I am. I am unique. If my people, the way they think is not that level where I'm hearing where everybody's saying their success, business, and what have you. I mean, I'm learning, I'm enjoying it until your presentation where it's going to be traumatic and I'm like, what's going on to these girls here? But anyhow, my grandparents said the main thing to be happy about daily is to be happy to receive that love from your family, because you're not going to take your money with you when you go. That's the way we were taught. And today I look at it different. I have a business. Um, um, my late daughter started our business together. She passed away 2 months ago. And I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me as to saying she passed away, but I continue her legacy today. And however, like I said, I was taught you're not going to take money with you when you go. So that's just what I wanted to say with this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. It sounds like your daughter's business is a beautiful legacy.
I was the one that said that I was nervous when you were asking people what they felt and all that kind of stuff. My name is Natasha Martin. I'm the Deputy Grand Chief of Mushkego Council. These beautiful ladies here are from we're all from the same area. When you said, what was your first memory of money? Oh my God, that really, really took me back. And that was with my Jaban, my great grandfather. And he was bedbound. And I used to go visit him when I was like, again, these are like my earliest memories. When I was about 4 or 5, I used to go visit him. And he'd always give me a $1 bill, $1 bill. That's my first memory. Again, I associate that $1 bill with him, you know, and it's not a bad memory, but, you know, then my grandfather, his son, they raised me. I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandfather went to residential school, and we all know like what happened there, and, you know, the lasting effects. My grandfather never said he loved me, but he chose to show me in different ways. And that was by taking me to Northern Store. And I had my pick of anything I wanted at the store. Every time we went, he got paid. Okay, Natasha, let's go to the Northern Store. I'd meet him there after work. And I'd buy you know, again, he really indulged me. I remember I wanted a record player. My grandpa bought it the next day. So again, it's just, you know, there's so many different areas and ways why we associate with money. And then my parents took me back, so to speak, when I was 12, and going from, you know, my grandparents that bought me whatever I wanted to being one of 4 kids. I was like, oh my God, they don't love me. They're not buying me stuff. Really, you know what I mean? I was the last one to get things because I was the oldest. So it's like, to me, I really had to learn, to relearn what money meant, and and I was a struggling student at one time. You know, I have a son. I was a single parent. This is before I got married. And I wanted my son to understand the value of money. So I would show him my bank account, and I'd say, okay, this goes there, you know, and now my son, he's been working since he was 13 years old. And again, it's creating a new relationship with money, right? But I will say this, I texted him. I went to the Crocs store yesterday, you know, like where they sell Crocs. And I'm like, hey, do you want a pair of $100 Crocs? They're stupid. Again, I don't want him to think that money and love go hand in hand. You know what I mean? Because that's what I was taught. That's how, again, it was showed to me. Right. But again, I love spoiling my son, and I love spoiling myself. So it's just, I really love me. Miigwech.
Thank you, Miigwech. Thank you for sharing that story. And that it's a great example. Not all of our first memories with money are going to be, you know, something that's quote unquote negative. All were, you know, they're all formative though. There's generally, I haven't heard someone talk about a first memory with money, because something made it memorable. It might have not been your first experience with money. You might not remember that at all. There's something about it that has probably stuck with you so that you do remember it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. I think, do you have the microphone in the red? Oh, okay. Yeah, up here.
Hello, my name is Linda Sachikapo. I'm from way up north. And when you said, what is your first memory of money? I grew up very poor. I lived next door to my parents. My dad gave me to his sister. So I always lived next door. My aunt was single all her life. And anyway, my first memory, I was a little girl and I had this tiny little, it was almost like a stone cup, like a little stone, and 4 or 5 blueberries would fit in there. Now, I could not visit my dad at his house. I was not allowed there. And anyway, I went to pick the biggest berries, and he came to visit me. I sold it to him for $1. And he paid. And he worked he worked in construction most of his life, except for the time that he was a chief for a while. And anyway, he had to support all my other siblings, which were all younger than me, and which lived with him. And they lived with him and my mom. And so $1 back then was a lot of money. And I remember my aunt had a little stipend, a little thing that was given to her on a monthly basis. But it wasn't enough to support a child. And we'd eat well for, we supplemented our food with wild food. She hunted. She was a great huntress. She trapped, snared, and I got carried along on those times. And she taught me. I still don't know how to shoot, but she taught me how she did it because I got to observe her. And I find, she's been gone for a while now, I find when you were talking about avoidance and you were talking about some of the less than perfect practices, I find that I have a love-hate relationship with money. And I find that in this day and age, like I'm educated, okay? I'm educated, I can do a lot of things. And even though the field of education where I walked away from about close to 20 years ago. And I went in a totally different field, which was male dominated. And now that I'm back in, affiliated area, a work area that's affiliated with my old work, I find that I still have, while I may have learned some things through mainstream society and working in that area, I find that I still have that love-hate. And I find that I still feel okay with having nothing. Money causes me anxiety. And so I don't know where that comes from. Even though I have money, I prefer it not right in front of me, you know, and yet at the same time, yeah, I should carry money, you know, but I wanted to share that about my dad. He paid $1. Anyway,
Oh,
thank you.
thank you so much for sharing that story. And it reminds me, when we talk about those sort of like disorders, disruptions around money, rejection of money is really common. I find when I'm doing this work in our communities, because capitalism and money has brought so much pain into a lot of our families and communities, that just a total rejection is really common, and there's nothing wrong with that. I also want to say I love the story about your aunt, and like the idea of supplementing, not like having scarcity around food and then tapping into this traditional source of wealth to supplement. And like, we're going to talk about reimagining wealth, but I just think about that as like part of a different way of defining our wealth as individuals. So thank you so much. I think we have time for one more if someone would like to share. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, thank you. My name is Carrie Lynn. I'm from Serpent River First Nations. I grew up in Toronto as a Gen X. So anyone who knows Gen X is like, there's a lot of leeway for young children to self-govern themselves. So I grew up in Brampton, like latchkey kids. I really like the idea that you were talking about your first memory of money. My first memory of money was I was 6 years old. I understood the idea of commerce, but I didn't understand what money was. My parents were both travelers before I was born, so they had a variety of different types of coins and bills. So I knew enough to see like the money transaction. I would bring the money to Becker's and try to get a popsicle or a bag of chips. So I was rejected because this was an actual Canadian currency. So I think that stuck with me a little bit. The other memory I have is I had a white grandmother that replaced both of my Indigenous grandparents because we never knew them. But one year she dressed up like a doll and turned it into an angel with just dollar bills like everywhere. So my idea of money was that it can come easily to you. So it wasn't about trade or commerce or work. So funny enough, I'm now in my 50s. I work in the financial field. So I'm really all about like 7 generations, like wealth accumulation and protecting your generational survivors. So I think it's so important now because we're going through settlements. And I feel like it can be a good thing, but it can also be a traumatic experience for a lot of people to be given that kind of wealth just so quickly without having the money mindset behind it. So I do help families with generational wealth through insurance and also through financial advising now. I definitely still struggle with that mindset, but I'm also trying to regulate myself. Like 30% of your paycheck should always go towards savings because I think it's crucial as we get older that we have some kind of savings built up to help look after us. The last thing I want to say about Indigenous communities is that I've never seen a more generous or caring community, and people can come together in times of need. When I see a lot of GoFundMe for people that have lost community members, and I think that's one thing that we have a really good skill in is to, the ability to help each other. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Michelle, just remind me, do we have a break now? Okay.
On that note, we are going to now bring up to the stage Joya Mukherjee. She's going to speak on confident first impressions to rock your job interview. She's the program manager for Dress for Success, and her gorgeous bio is in the book, so please feel free to stalk her. Not in person, just meant in the book.
Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing this afternoon? Settling in okay? Just before I lead in, my presentation requires a lot of back and forth between you and I. So just so I know that we're all awake and active right now, can everyone say hello? Amazing. Okay, so when we get into the talking portion, if you guys can just call out, that would be amazing. It'll save me some running around. And if you could just give me a second, I just have to figure out how things work up here. Yeah. It's this one. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Okay, thanks, Michelle. Awesome. Okay, everyone. So as Michelle shared, I'm doing the Confident First Impressions Rock Your Job Interviews. We'll chat about job interviews as well as like presentations, or if you're pitching your business, for example, or just looking to have kind of more dynamic conversations with folks. So my name is Joya Mukherjee. I use she, her pronouns. And as was shared, I'm the programs manager at Dress for Success Toronto here at North York Centre. And my whole team couldn't be here, but we have a little video we like to share. Or not. Help, Jonathan.
Yeah, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. I let all that get to my head. I don't care. I paint the town red.
Awesome. Cool. So I want to just share before I get started a little bit about what we'll go over today. So I'll just talk a little bit about Dress for Success Toronto in case anyone wants to learn any more, and I'll share some flyers and stuff afterwards in case folks want to get connected. Then I'll dive into how we can build a routine around preparing for interviews. I'll share some tips as to how we can respond better in them. And then I'll also have a little bit of a display for you. So we're going to go through like a mock interview demonstration. We'll have the opportunity to watch one that's kind of like average, could do a little better. And then we'll watch one that we think kind of is delivering something a little bit more. We'll unpack what we think is better or could be improved in each one. And then I'll have an opportunity for Q&A if there's anything else there. So Dress for Success Toronto is actually an international organization. We're founded on supporting women throughout their economic progression towards independence. So we support folks like all throughout their career, and we support women in a gender expansive way. So that's genderqueer, gender nonconforming, trans women, two-spirit, etc. And it's really exciting. In Toronto, we're actually celebrating our 15th year anniversary this year. And if you're looking at getting connected across Ontario, we have locations in Barrie, Kingston, Ottawa, as well as here. So at our Toronto location, just about anyone can access it, 18 and beyond. Anyone's welcome through our doors. We have in-person programming as well as virtual programming. As I shared, we're located at North York Centre, which is on the subway line. Super accessible for those who like to take the subway. And as I mentioned, we support folks like all throughout their career. So whether you're employed, if you have multiple jobs, if you're in between work, whatever it is, whether you're looking for a change in your career, you're welcome to check out our services. And all our services are free of charge. So as I mentioned, we have a combination of virtual and in-person services. So the one that we're best known for, that our name is in it, is our suiting and styling services, and that's our suiting program. So at our North York Centre location, we have a boutique where you can book a one-on-one appointment, and for 60 minutes, folks will help you get like fitted out for whatever it is you're looking to go towards, whether that's a job interview or kind of your first couple of days on a new job, or if you're making a transition, maybe you have a big event that you're going to. Maybe you're coming here and you needed some extra clothes. So that's definitely something you could check out. Those services, again, are free, and you get about 2 to 3 full outfits when you head there. And we have stuff for all the seasons as well. And right now we're open on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and we also offer evening appointments as well. We have one-on-one career support, so you can book a virtual appointment and speak to just about anyone in any industry. I think we have like a roster of more than 30 career specialists right now, from law to HR to transportation. We have folks that are in media as well, a really wide range of job opportunities, and you can speak with them and get some advice if you're looking at making, again, a change in your career or just wanting a consultation on your resume, for example, or on your interview skills. And just before I dive into how to build your routine, I want to check in with you guys and just see, has anybody recently done an interview? Anybody? No one? In the past, like 2 months? 3 months? 4 months? 6 months? In the past year, anybody? I have takers. Okay, amazing. I was like, even I have. Okay, cool. So maybe this isn't as fresh in your life right now, but I think that what we're looking at creating as an interview routine can be used in pretty much anywhere in your life, not just for interviews. So hopefully some of the skills that you learn here, you can transfer anywhere. So one of the main things I like to think a lot about when I prepare for an interview is how can I showcase myself and my values, and how can that come through? So one of the pieces that I like to think about is like how I'm respecting myself and others. So for example, we could think about like, am I being punctual, right? Or am I speaking kindly to myself? Right? I know for myself, one of the hardest parts of interviews is I often don't think I'm doing a good job, or I'm wondering why I applied for something anyways. So developing like a nicer or kinder like internal dialogue is really important. So I think about how can I embed my values in my routine that I'm doing when I'm preparing for interviews. So speaking positively about myself, how can I take care of myself? So maybe it's really hard, right? If I'm working, I'm taking care of my family, I have a lot of tasks going on, like how am I going to carve out this time? I'm transiting there. It's a lot of work. Even when if it's a virtual interview, it's a lot of work. My internet today wasn't working and my dogs were having a fit. So it was challenging to stay concentrated, right? And build that time in for yourself. So that might look, taking care of yourself might look like asking folks for support. Maybe how can you have that quiet space so that you can have that interview time, or how can you get somewhere and feel comfortable doing that, right? Another thing we might think about is like, how can we share our knowledge? So it's such a gift that we each have our own like unique individual lived experience, but we can't always communicate it the way we'd like to. So spending some time, maybe talking with a friend or a loved one and trying to share what you're trying to communicate, working on your stories is a really powerful thing you can do prior to an interview. The next thing I really like to have is a way to feel grounded. So when I get really excited, I speak very quickly. I talk really high pitch and I have to come back down. So finding a way to stay grounded is important. And, you know, for each one of us, it might look and feel a bit different, especially like an in-person interview versus a virtual one. I know for myself, I feel way calmer in my own house because I can control the situation, well, a bit more than outside in the universe. So yeah, how can I feel grounded? And that's a question I think we should all ask ourselves. And then another one that I like to do is like celebrate the little wins, right? We don't have to celebrate just when we get a job or when we receive, you know, maybe some funding for the business that we're running, or these big accomplishments and status that people tend to look for. We can celebrate really small things. Maybe it was coming here today. Maybe it was that you didn't rush here. Maybe it was that you built a little bit more of a routine around creating space for your interview prep. Just those smaller things are moments to celebrate. And I think that that will lead to your confidence increasing for the next time that you try something. And then my last tip, the one that I find the hardest, is staying consistent. How can we like continue to do this and be a practice, right? And not something that's like a one and done. So together, I'm hoping that we can take these tips that I'm going to run through and we're going to apply them to the demonstrations that we're going to watch in a moment. So for the demonstrations, we'll have the opportunity to see, like I mentioned, one that's like kind of average. Maybe they could have done a bit more practice. We'll unpack maybe some pieces they could have changed. And then we'll look at one where maybe those improvements have already happened, right? And so when we look at those interviews, what I'm hoping we can unpack together is like, how can we look at body language, right? So we're going to be watching a virtual interview, but body language still translates a lot, right? So that could be eye contact. That could be like if someone's bending forward, not really engaged in the conversation, or if they're like, I know, covered up in their clothing, whatever it is. But some folks, they feel a bit shy, so they might like, you know, grapple at their clothes a bit more. You might not be making eye contact, caving in your body. We'll look for those kinds of signs throughout the interviews that we'll see. And then number one thing I love to tell folks, you can always ask someone to repeat a question. Buy yourself time, but also like, it's totally fine that you didn't understand what they said. Sometimes people ask really dumb questions. Also, other times they ask questions that are really hard to answer and they're like multi-part. So it's totally fair to ask them to repeat the question. And especially if it's virtual, you can ask them to drop it in the chat as well. You should have every opportunity to understand the question that's being asked of you. And no one would think less of you for asking, can I have a repeat of that question, right? And then what I'm going to spend the most time talking about together is number 4, which is how we can use the STAR method to answer questions in a really powerful way. Okay, so what's the STAR method? I mean, it's a nice acronym, number 1. Number 2, what I've seen from working with a lot of different folks in the sector trying to find jobs and communicate, like I said, their stories and their narrative, is that often we can feel overwhelmed when we get a question, right? We're like, shoot, we didn't prepare for that one. How do we answer that? Or you kind of fumble. Maybe you're like me and you get excited and then you go too far ahead and you need to come back. So having some like ground rules and a map, or what I like to call a little bit of structure, might be really helpful. So the STAR method can help us do that. And it's really easy for employers, particularly folks in HR as well, and recruiters, to understand what it is that you're trying to deliver. So for example, with the STAR acronym, it's situation, task, action, and result. So the situation is the context. Like, why is this happening? Like, what are you about to share with me, right? The task is specifically the thing that you are responsible for, okay? And the action is what you actually did to bring about that change or that task that you are responsible for. And the result is what you're going to tell me happened, right? And it doesn't have to necessarily be, you know, a fun quantifiable number. Folks like that. It can also be that it led to a series of other outcomes and processes, but it's about how you frame it, right? And we're going to dive into how we frame those things together. But the STAR method is really, really effective, not just for behavioral questions on interviews, but pretty much any question you get. If you follow a bit of this recipe, I think it'll make it much easier to answer questions if you consistently follow, again, this situation, task, action, and result. So one last thing I want to talk about from the perspective of like why it's helpful to use the STAR method is that really often for some of these questions, we think that, or you can get kind of wrapped up in like what your context was, right? You're like, well, I've done this before. Like I can definitely show them I have this experience. I have like 5 years in administration. I should be able to show them I can do X, Y, and Z. But they might be looking for something different. They might be looking for how you collaborate or how you problem solve. And that's what they're really looking for in that answer. So when we can break it down for them step by step, it gives them a better idea of how you went about to achieve your results, right? And it gives them essentially like an easier way to be like, oh yeah, we definitely want them. Okay, so now the fun begins. We're going to watch a demonstration. And then at the end of it together, we'll kind of pick out some pieces that we thought could have been improved together. All right.
Hi, Nancy. It's so great to have you here today. Just before we get started and dive a little deeper into our interview together, I was hoping you could just tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Okay, my name is Nancy. I live here in town.
I'm interested in this job with your company, but, and I think that I can do it. I might have to, make arrangements for a babysitter, but depending on the hours, I'm not sure, but I want to try. So, you know, I'm interested to know more.
Okay, Nancy, thank you for sharing that. We'll definitely be able to get to accommodations and things like that later. Is there anything else you can share about yourself with us before we continue the rest of our interview together?
Well, I've done admin work, so I think I can do that. And I've mostly worked in my own community. Yeah, there's not much more I know to answer right now.
Okay, that's great. Well, we'll have an opportunity to unpack that a bit more in a moment. Thanks, Nancy.
Okay, so now comes the moment when you guys can talk out to me. Can anyone maybe share what they thought wasn't so great? Like what stood out to you? Please. Amazing. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, good one. Did you talk about childcare right away? Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I heard something over here. The eye contact? Okay. Okay, a little distracting with how she's moving. Amazing. It was her voice, you're saying? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a little bit nervous, right? And how she came across. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Anyone else? Vague. Okay. So she could have been more specific in how she answered because she didn't really answer the question. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. She's kind of like, why am I here? Okay. Amazing. You guys are doing great. Okay. We haven't been, I have something back there. Wasn't? That's a good call out. Okay. What stood out to you? She was looking away all the time from the camera. Okay. No enthusiasm. Yes. So one of the hard parts about the tell me about yourself, I don't know about you all, but if somebody put me on the spot right now, I would struggle with that. Like, where do you start? Where do you stop? And I think that in the example, it got very personal quite quickly. For example, with the childcare comment just right from the beginning, right? Or for example, as you guys all mentioned, there were lots of good examples of how her body language was showing that not only was she nervous, but like it didn't seem like she was being very present in the conversation. Right. And there are a lot of ways that she indicated that, from shifting a lot to body language and eye contact. And so one of the things we can think about when there's these questions that are very, very broad is breaking them down. And so when I think about tell me about yourself, I think about three things that we could do, which is who I am. So, hi, my name is Joya Mukherjee. What do I do? Hi, my name is Joya Mukherjee, and I'm the programs manager at Dress for Success Toronto. Right. So even if you didn't have a job right now or didn't have a title, you could say, hi, like my name is Joya Mukherjee and I work in community engagement. Right. Or hi, my name is Joya Mukherjee and I've been in administration for 5 years. Right. So you kind of just want to showcase from the jump in really easy sentence or 2 sentences, like who you are and what it is that you do. Right. So just be very direct about that. And then what are you looking for when they say, like, tell me about yourself? They're wondering why you're here, right? What resonated with you? And then the third part is like, why is it this company? What specifically about this organization like drew you in and why do you want to be here? So let's listen to the next one and see how some improvements happened.
All right, Nancy, we really like to start our interviews getting to know our candidates. So I'd love just to hear a little bit more about yourself before we dive into our interviews together.
Okay, thanks, Joya. Yeah, so my name is Nancy, and as you could probably see going through my resume, I've got some administrative experience. I spent the last 5 years working with AZ Company, which is just down the road. I do live close by, and you probably are aware that what happened there was the company was reconfiguring, and so some positions were shifted. And then I heard about your company, and I did some research online, and I really like what you are looking to do. And I feel like I would have some expertise or some experience that I could share with you, and I would really be interested. And besides the fact that this is a 1-year contract, that would be helpful for me as well, because I'm interested possibly in setting up my own business in the future that would support the mining industry. So this would be a way for me to learn more about your company and be able to have a role and working with the skills that I have. Thanks.
Awesome, Nancy. That's incredible. I'm excited to hear more about what you're looking to do in our community. We'll get a chance to dive in a little bit more about your previous administrative experience in the subsequent questions. Yeah, but thank you for sharing that. That's great.
Can you guys call out a couple of improvements that she made in this particular response? Maintain eye contact. Love that. Yeah. She was trying to demonstrate that she showed an interest, right? That she's what? Yeah, she quite quickly, but not too quickly, went through her employment history. That was great. Yeah. Agreed. She's been hired over there. Yeah. Yeah, because I think the comment was made before that her voice kind of went down a lot and stayed kind of monotone throughout most of the previous. Yeah, and so she made an improvement with that this time with some intonation, showing some excitement and interest. Yeah. She didn't. Well, not yet anyways. Cool. Anything else? Yes. Yeah, she brought some reciprocity into the conversation, which was really nice. I really like that too. It kind of sparks your interest in wanting to know more about her. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, she seemed more confident. I agree. Amazing. Okay, so we're going to go into another common question, which is, how does this position connect to your personal values and ambitions? And we'll listen to, again, one that maybe needs a little bit of improvement, and we'll work together to maybe tease out what some of those components are.
All right, Nancy. So our next question together is, how does this position connect to your own personal values and ambitions?
Well, there's a lot of good opportunity in your community in this company, and there's a chance for me to learn more here, which is good. That's what I want to do. I've worked outside of my community once before, and so I know that I can do it. Down the road, what I really want is to do my own business. And this will be a way to help me to learn more about your company and what your business does. And I do have background in admin. So I think it's a good fit. And we'll see. I hope that you can see that I have good skills for this job.
Thanks for that response, Nancy.
What stood out to anybody for the second question?
She's bringing to the organization. She's going to help the organization.
Yeah, I think it can be a hard question, right? Because they're asking about what your personal values and then what your ambitions are. So obviously you would like the company to support you in wherever you're going, and you probably might not stay there forever, but she doesn't really do both, right? She doesn't say what she's going to give and how there's an alignment. Yeah, I agree. Anything else that could have been improved? What was that? Her. Yeah, there was a lot of ums. Okay. Did she come across to anybody as just kind of very unsure? Yeah. For me, that's the biggest thing. Like the ums do that. But I think the biggest thing, she's kind of like, well, I think, I don't know. And saying I think isn't a bad thing, but in this situation, like, right? So kind of command that with your language. Yeah, exactly. I do think it comes across like there's some lower self-esteem, or even that you're just really nervous, right? Like on a funny note, my director interviews terribly. I've seen her in an interview and she gets so nervous that she trails off and she speaks much lower, and it's really hard to understand her. So she has to like practice a lot to just say sometimes a couple of sentences because she's so nervous talking to new folks. So I think it could be low self-esteem. It can also just be that we aren't as prepared. And I think that came up before. It's like, how can we practice saying these things so they seem more confident coming off your tongue? Because sometimes the first time you say something, you are confused. You're like, did I mean to say that? Do I feel that way? Yeah. Mm. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 100%. And I think sometimes when those moments happen, it's okay to pause the conversation, right? You can be like, actually, I just want to stop for a second, right? I want to collect myself. I think there's different techniques for everyone, but I think it's 100% okay if you're like really starting to trail off and you're completely disconnecting, that it's okay to be like, yeah, I need a moment. Just like I need the question repeated, right? But yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think that's 100% what happens to so many people. I know for me, that's the number one reason why I love having pockets when I speak, because I need somewhere for my hands to go. Yeah. So let's listen to one more, the version of this slightly improved.
Second question, Nancy. How does this position connect with your personal values as well as your ambitions?
Okay, thank you. So, working in administration, it's really important to be able to provide the support to the leadership of your organization or your company. And I have a lot of experience doing that. And especially working in my own community, and then as well, as I said, for the last 5 years at AZ Company. And there, I did a lot of work supporting the company during the overhauling of the administrative functions. So it was important to me, and it still is, that I feel like I can contribute to what the company is doing, and I can support the organization, especially where there's an organization that has some progressive goals, as your company does. And so from what I've been reading, I see that you're very interested in promoting Indigenous people, for example. And as you know, I'm an Indigenous person, and that you are interested in working in partnership with our communities. So I want to support that. And more about the industry while I'm there in this contract position, if this is a good fit for us. Thanks.
Oh, that's great, Nancy. Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for right now. Definitely trying to integrate more in this community. It really sounds like you have some substantial experience. We'll be able to support this position.
So does anyone want to maybe call out a couple of things that you think she improved on in this version? She seemed more confident, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I felt in this version, she was able to better showcase her alignment and her story, especially from how she answered the first question. Yeah. Anyone else have any improvement to call out? I think just the last thing I'll comment on that I think she did a really nice job with, she kind of took the time to really, again, kind of demonstrating her research, but really connect to how this relates not only the ambitions of the organization, but to herself in the long term, not just the short term. And sometimes, depending on what the role is and what the company is doing, showing both short-term and long-term gains is really important in the conversation. So I think she did a lovely job showcasing that. And so we're going to dive into question 3. And for question 3, I want us to kind of keep alive the STAR method in our mind and see if she was able to kind of showcase the situation, the task, right? How she went about actioning that, and what the result was.
All right, Nancy, so for our third question together, could you tell us about a time when you were under pressure to achieve a task? How did you manage this and what were the outcomes?
Okay. Okay. So one time, I had to work with this other company, the one down the road, the AZ. And while I was there, they were changing staffing. And so there was some positions that were vacant and I had to be one of the people to pick up the slack. So I had to kind of cover for one of those vacant positions for a few months. And while that was going on, I had to do a lot of extra hours and it was pretty overwhelming, but was able to do it. I reached out and asked other staff to help as well. And so it, took a lot, but we were able to cover that empty vacant position for that amount of time. We got everything done that had to be done. So it was good. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Nancy, for sharing that example. Could you share a little bit more about kind of what was that pressure like and how I know you explained you reached out for some support, which is great. Just trying to get a bit more understanding about how you managed that to get towards that outcome that you shared.
I reached out to the boss to ensure that they knew that we needed more people to cover the hours that were there. And, so they were able to respond and then they set up a schedule for us so that we could each put in extra hours each week. And then they identified what the extra tasks would be that we would each do. So that's how it got done.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
So with the STAR method in mind again, how do you guys think she answered the question? Yeah. Right? Right. Yeah, I mean, for everyone that didn't hear, it was definitely more negative, right? Overall, not only about how she handled it, but also like the situation itself. Anyone else want to call something else out? Yep. Yeah, 100% true. Anything else? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she had a really hard time answering this question, I think, right? And for most of us, if we have a hard time answering a question, it's okay to create that pause, right? I think that's an important thing to remember. If there's a question that we genuinely need a moment to collect ourselves with, I think asking for a pause is okay. Or just being like, can you repeat that? Just give me a moment to answer. We don't have to have like a rapid fire conversation. I just want us to have a look at some of the ways that we can get into using like the STAR method and change our mindset a little bit around answering some of the questions. So you guys called out a great like negative aspect of what she chatted about in her response. So one of the things we really want to avoid is talking negatively. Like finding ways to reframe a situation is really important. So for example, there's a lot of questions where you're likely going to talk about how something went wrong, right? I mean, the goal is not to talk necessarily poorly about your colleagues or your coworkers or their organization. So how do we find ways to reframe that? And then another one is like really rehearsing these things. So again, they come across easier, more naturally, right? I think that's a big part. And then just hearing back what it actually sounds like for others. So we might hear it one way, but then when we share it with other people, it might land very differently. So just having that other person to reflect back, I think is really helpful. And then when we're thinking about the STAR method again, the reason why I really like it, especially for folks that are like myself that might ramble during questions, it's really helpful to stay focused on what the question is and making sure you actually answered it. Because by and large, if this candidate had actually answered the question, it might have been okay that she was a bit nervous if she had really answered it. But I think so far in the kind of mediocre responses, generally she's not answering the question. And then the next part is the more time that we spend kind of being able to predict the way we can answer these questions, I find that when we are caught off guard, we still have the energy and kind of the mindset and the capacity to actually answer some of these questions that might take more energy from us, right? Or give us more time to reflect in the moment because you have lots of examples that you can pick from the work that you've done demonstrating the STAR method. And then the last thing I really like to talk about is you can pick the simplest example. You don't need to pick a very complex scenario to describe to folks. You can unpack like a process change that you made, right? It can be smaller, it can be something you documented, it could be how many files that you subscribe digitally from a manual file. It doesn't have to be things that are very complicated when you share the examples. In fact, sometimes the simplest example can be the best way to showcase what you'd bring to that organization in the role. So we'll listen to the new version of the third question.
All right, so with your more than 5 years of experience as an administrative assistant before, I'm sure that there's going to be some great examples you can draw from here. The question that we want to ask you is really around a time that you've been under pressure to achieve a task, right? And how did you go about managing that? And what was the outcome in the end?
Okay, thanks, Joya. So a few years ago, during the time that I was working with AZ Company, they were undergoing a transition and there were staff vacancies. So as staff were not in place yet, I took it on myself to review the job description of the one vacant position so that I was aware of what the main tasks would be. And I worked with management to identify what the main files would be so that we could set up a system to make sure that information could be captured and continue to be managed during that vacancy. And so at the staff meetings as well, I started to flag at each meeting what were the items that might, otherwise fall through the cracks, just to make sure that someone was managing and was monitoring and following up on those tasks. Just so that, we could continue to work as a team, and if necessary, we could assign someone each week to just follow up in any of those duties. so that it was, you know, supporting management during kind of a difficult time, that transition. So that was, you know, it went well because at the end of that period, everyone was pleased with how well we had managed and everything had been taken care of. Thanks.
Yeah, that's wonderful. That can definitely be a stressful time. I'm glad they had your support there. It's great to hear that you took such a great initiative. We appreciate you sharing that.
So is there anything you guys want to call out from the improved question around how we manage stress or pressure and how she was able to come back with a more positive response this time? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. She really like quite simply outlined what she did. I'm sure it was way more complicated than how she explained it. And she gave us a really positive outcome. Did anything else stand out to anyone? What's that? Of her name? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah. She did seem more confident for sure. One of the last things I'll comment on for question 3 is I think she did a really nice job of connecting it to the larger team. So with this question, I think we know that when things are under pressure or something maybe is not going as usual, it can impact a lot of people. And I think she did a really great job of not only showing how it was positive for herself and like immediate folks, but she did it for the organization as a whole. And so I think that's a really positive outcome, like extra positive that you could showcase. So for the next one we're going to go to is how would you manage different opinions and perspectives within your team? And we'll also keep in mind the STAR method for this one as well.
So for our fourth question together, just looking to understand how you manage different opinions and perspectives within your team.
Okay, so everyone has a right to their own opinion and to express that. In the company, it'll be, you know, the manager or the boss that will set out the guidelines for how we're supposed to react in situations and behave. I wouldn't be doing any supervising, so I wouldn't worry about that, but I know the supervisor or the boss kind of has to do the discipline for people if they're not abiding by the guidelines that are set out. And so, you know, we would have to just work together and find a way to work through any differences of opinion.
Okay, great. And do you have an example maybe of how you have dealt with those different perspectives or opinions in the past on your team?
Well, at times in the company that I've been in and when I've done work, you know, years ago in the community, we had to just adopt training on how to, you know, avoid lateral violence in the company and respectful communications. And, you know, we have to just find a way to raise any conflict issues with the supervisor if that's what comes up. So, you know, we need to just get the work done and find a good way to do it.
Thanks, Nancy, for sharing that.
Okay, what stood out for anyone in this example? The them or me mentality? Hmm. Yeah. She didn't really talk about herself, right? She immediately deferred to essentially like people in senior leadership or management, essentially. Yeah. Did anything stand out to anyone else? The last thing I'll comment on specifically for this question, for something that could have been improved on as well, is like outside of her seeming to genuinely maybe not know, she led immediately with the fact that she hasn't managed. And I think that she could have shared how she has been part of a team and how she has managed situations without necessarily saying that she hasn't. And that's one of the things that I love to say that we can do. We can embellish situations when we're in interviews. We don't have to, it's like we're still being very honest, but there's still a way to talk really positively about the impact that you've made, right? We've all participated on teams, but just because you weren't like the manager doesn't mean that you didn't act in a leadership role. So there's lots of ways you could still showcase that, even if she hadn't led a team. And so in the next example, hopefully she shows us something a little different.
Okay, Nancy, so just getting towards the end of our questions together, the fourth question I have for you is around how you would manage different opinions and perspectives within your team. You could share that with us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, in a couple of the positions that I've had, it's been really important that we operate as a team. And so we set up, a collaborative process. And if that isn't clear in one position that I had a few years ago, because there was a change in management and things were going on. So I just started sending out an email in advance of each weekly meeting, just to say, hey, reminder, if anyone wants any input on the agenda for this issue that's coming up, and if you have any materials you'd like to share in advance, please do that now so that we have everyone's input in advance of the conversation. So then when we have our meetings, people already, have a sense of the issues that might come up on each one of those agenda items. And it seemed to help because once we started doing that, it encouraged more of a conversation or even like a dialogue during the weekly meetings. And it just was a smoother way to make people feel like they had, their opinions were respected and they had input into the decisions that were made. And management was thankful as well, because then they had all the options kind of laid out in front of them. And it saved us time in the end because, people were more on board with what the consensus would be on each issue that came up.
Awesome. Yeah, it sounds like a great collaborative approach to dealing with different opinions, but also definitely building a team as well. So kudos for that.
Does anyone want to point out something that she made an improvement on in this version? Mm-hmm. It was clear, right? I really liked how she established like the different actions that she took, but I think it was also really helpful, like when you explain the context, right? That part of the S of the STAR method, she wasn't negative, right? We understood that there was something happening here, but we weren't like offloaded with lots of examples of all the things that went wrong. Yeah. Anything for anyone else that stood out? The last part for me that I really like was that I think that she did a great job of demonstrating how we can manage different opinions, because she was able to show that if you're not surprised about them, that there's an opportunity to talk about them more and bring them to the table and everyone can participate. So I think she did a really good job of also demonstrating her leadership skills as well, which wasn't what the question was specifically asking. And so I just want to round out our questions with something that's often asked of folks at the end of interviews, which is, do you have any questions for me? And it's often a place I think that people leave a lot on the table. And so we're going to just see an example of one that can be improved and one that's a bit more positive. And I'll go through some examples of how we can really utilize that time to our advantage.
All right, Nancy, to close out our interview time together, just before I get to next steps in our process, I'm just curious if any questions for me today, if there's anything I can address for you.
So I guess I would talk to HR about questions that I have, like sick time and vacation and paycheck and all those things, like the scheduling for all that. I don't have any other questions about the business, except I feel like I need to know more about what the company does and the main goals and what, you know, what the plans are down the road. And I do feel that I've got the right skills. When will you let me know? I guess that's my only question. Yeah.
Certainly, yeah. So it's a great question around when will you find out the next steps, for sure. So we generally try to get back to folks in the application stage, no matter what direction we go, just letting them know where we're at. So by next week, you'll have an update as to if you're coming forward to a next round with us through interviews, or if we'll be looking at another candidate that we're moving forward with. In terms of the questions you had before, those are great questions for HR and things that would be explained as well in our contract with you if we make it to that stage together. But if there's any other questions that come up, particularly you said around our organization and the work that we're doing, feel free to reach out to us and hopefully we can address anything for you via email as well. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks,
okay.
Nancy.
Bye.
Talk to you soon. What stood out to anyone in terms of the questions that she asked at the end of the interview? What was that? She was a little presumptuous. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. Anything else? So as I mentioned, when we get to this part of like the interview, it can be really positive to ask questions specifically about what they're looking for. So for example, we can ask like what types of traits or qualities they think somebody would have in this role, right? How would they thrive? Could ask questions around how would you measure the success of this role, right? Or me in this role. Can also look at like, what do you love most about this organization? People really like when you ask them a question about themselves and they can show and showcase what they know about the organization. And then another way you can also get deeper into the team if you'd like to is asking about how they resolve conflict or disagreements. I also have like a series of questions around if you want to understand company culture better, as well as team dynamics. But there's lots of ways that you can demonstrate that you're like really invested in the role, as well as understanding more about how they function and how you can support them. So it's a great opportunity in many ways to like really highlight yourself and stand out, particularly as at the end of the conversation. So people will remember that. So I always recommend having about like 3 questions in your arsenal for when you're leaving. Try to really think about them before you share them, and you can always follow up. I know from my hiring experience, I really enjoy when people follow up with an email. For me, it shows that you're being thoughtful and that you really did have something that you wanted to chat about. So I think it can go a long way. So we'll just look at one last one together. Nancy, we've really enjoyed this conversation today. Just before we wrap up and get to next step, just curious if any questions for us.
Oh, yes, thank you. You know, it's been interesting to me because I've done a little bit of reading about the company online, and I really am interested to see where things will be going. And there may hopefully be an opportunity for some training. I would be very interested in that. And I'm also really interested to learn more about yourself and others that are part of the interview committee, just in terms of how you got into this work and, you know, what drew you in, because it sounds like there's lots of opportunities in the company as well, which, you know, I'm interested to know more about that. And as well, how you do outreach to partners in the community, because I might even have some some contacts that might be helpful as well. So, you know, if there's more opportunity to talk about those kinds of things, I'd be very interested. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
So I hope we can see in this example, she asked some more kind of personal questions about the interviewer. I think it goes a long way to demonstrate her interest in the position, but specifically in the person that's also interviewing her, right? They're going to develop a bit of a connection in that exchange that they had. And so the last thing I really like to share in terms of etiquette around interviews is a follow-up email. It goes a very long way to say thank you. You'd be very surprised how few people actually send a thank you, saying like, I really enjoyed this. It can be very simple, right? It doesn't have to be paragraph after paragraph. It could be like 3 simple sentences, right? It was great meeting with you today. I really enjoyed X. So maybe there was something that stood out to you in the conversation. I'm really looking forward to being part of your team and hearing more from you, right? It can be very simple, but that follow-up goes a very long way because so few people actually do this. And I'm running out of time. But there's just one last thing I want to share with all of you. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. So one of the things I really like to think about, particularly for interviews, is what we're wearing. And so I try to use this checklist. I think it provides me like a lot of soothing to know, okay, where am I going, right? What am I doing there? What are my goals? And one of the things that's really important to think about with your clothing is what's the message you want to send with what you're wearing. And it can speak a lot for you. And so beyond this checklist, the other part that we think about is specifically for virtual interviews, it operates a little differently. We can use different colors to really showcase ourselves, and we can really pay attention to how we're framing ourselves on the screen. Those 2 things go a very long way to folks really concentrating on you and not being distracted by what you're wearing or your background or other parts of what's in the image. I never say this properly, but there's the moire effect that happens, which is like when your screen will kind of move in a funny way, and it has to do with when you wear these small patterns. So just highly suggest not wearing that on a digital screen because it can be really confusing and kind of be distracting for the person interviewing you. So that's just my last tip that I like to give folks. And with that, I just want to say thank you to everybody for participating today. I really appreciated it. And I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your conference together. Thank you so much.